Hello, hello. I have to take my glasses off. That was a whole thing. We're trying something new today with the lighting. I don't know if it's gonna work. And today is the day as well that we are going to be uh not streaming to X. So if you don't have a YouTube account yet, you still have time to make one. I do not have the trial on yet, but I came on because I saw something that warmed my heart, and I had to and it really did it. I'm not being like a bitch. Damn. Okay, at least I was a minute into it before I cursed. Just class act here, guys, class act. Look at the sea cows. Actually, I don't wanna play the sounds because what if they, like, copyright strike me? I don't know how that works. We have new sea cows at the zoo today. Very exciting. Red Rock, Rosalind, and No Face. What the? That just seems like an awful name for a manatee. I used to work at the zoo. Well, and by work, I mean I was a volunteer for since when I turned 13 until 18. And when I did it, like, I was hardcore into volunteering at first. I used to do it like 3 days a week. And when I became like 16, my mom was like, "You just should find a job instead." So when my husband gets on me about loving to volunteer, maybe that's why I I really like volunteering. Nurse Salted. He's in trouble. I'm waiting for the feed to pop up. Let's share this tab instead. Let me refresh it to make sure that no other So, I found out that and this is not a secret. I just forgot that the state of Ohio has over 70 witness 70 people on their witness list. So, yesterday when I was like, "I can't see this going much longer." Because it's very much giving off, like, if you know, you know. We went to the bar after the basketball game. He had a Crystal Light, uh, Jameson and ginger, and there was a diet challenge, and we had fried potato skins. Like, it's giving off trial 1 vibes, where everyone comes in, says the same thing, nothing of which incriminates the defendant. Um Hi, everyone that's watching. If you are watching on YouTube, or if you are watching on X, just so you know, I will be cutting my feed here shortly. So if you are interested in joining on YouTube, I 10 out of 10 recommend that because I'm always a fun time. Okay, wait. All right. Stop. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. If you haven't noticed, my Adderall hasn't kicked in yet. Like, let's be real. So you guys are getting a very scatterbrained version of myself right now. I even contemplated putting on my wig. So, lock and load, y'all. Lock and load. Let's show you guys. Have you guys ever watched this dude? This guy.
So the top 10 things you should be buying at Costco this November 2025. And there's a huge selection of brand new deals for every corner of your home. We begin with a brand new kitchen find, this countertop food dispenser from the OXO brand at $27. I was excited to pick this up for the kids' cereal I frequently find myself dispensing, or for when I succumb to my sweet tooth, which seems to happen a lot more than I'd like to admit. As something that could make for the perfect.
Okay. His voice, it's just too much. He's a great presenter. And I find myself just like, whatever he does, watch. I just like, I totally, I respect his game. Let's just leave it there. I think he's great. I have no idea what his name is. What else? Hi, Baker. As you can tell, I watch a lot of like special forces, like court TV, body cam video. What's this? Oh, it wants me to click on it. He will not trick me, gypsy woman. No, no, no. All right, is this live yet? Come on. Come on. It's not. You know what? Hi. It's good to have you in here, patriotic. I am going to go get a drink, use the restroom one last time, and I'm going to keep the feed going, but there's going to be nothing on it. So I will be back. And why don't we do this? Why don't I have you guys watch yesterday's? Oh. Okay, share this. Share. Please don't stop the news. No. Oh, shoot. Shoot, I hope they didn't pick up on that. You mean this manual? Here,
All
a
right. I'll
very
be back, guys.
small, tiny amount of streaming to my X rather, and then I'm gonna cut it. We're gonna pull everything and put everything on YouTube. So if you don't have a YouTube, I am giving you a heads up. Go create a YouTube account. It is absolutely free. That will be the way for you to follow this case and all the cases that I have planned. And I do have cases planned. Like another cop from Columbus is going on trial in the beginning of January. So I have that scheduled. Hold on. Okay, sorry. Is it 3:00? I remember telling you guys yesterday, like I have a bewitching hour for allergies. It's like 3:00 and I start coughing. So I usually know. Excuse me. Okay. So we have that. If you could please make sure to like the stream, that would be fantastic. If you could, if you're over on X, if you could retweet it, that would be incredible. If you could share it to whichever media platforms you are using, whether it be Discord, X, Facebook, Insta, whatever, I'm here for it. And I love you so much for doing this. My channel has grown by over 150 people in the last less than a week. What else do I want to say? I will have memberships set up by the end of this week. You can send super chats. Super chats are greatly appreciated. They are going towards the headphone fund. Or if you want to just Venmo or Cash App me, that information is on the ticker that's moving at the bottom of the screen. That way you don't have to go through YouTube. And yeah. So we need as many eyes on this case as possible. And that is why I'm asking you to share, like, follow, subscribe, because this has a bigger impact than just my community. It's going to impact how officers are able to conduct their jobs around the state, potentially nationwide. I guarantee nationwide. And we want to make sure that we're able to live in safe communities, right? Hence hence my coverage. I decided to go out on a limb and cover this trial, and now I love doing this. So I'm going to keep finding cases that kind of resemble this, and I can use all the help I can get. Maybe suggested using shorts. I need to figure out how to do shorts. Like, that is not something I am well versed in. And what else? That's it for right now. Before this witness, it was pretty chill. I mean, we had other witnesses, but it was nothing like this witness. And this defense attorney's cross, which is just like him holding up, asking about a manual, the guy not knowing that there's a manual, and the defense attorney holding up the manual, that hit me some sort of way, and I couldn't help myself but laughing out loud audibly. You mean this manual? Wow. God bless that guy. Thank you for subscribing, Lefty. I appreciate it. Yeah, if you can mention me in your next stream, that would be baller. And if you know some people that would like to do a game night, maybe suggested that. And I briefly looked into it yesterday. I think it would be a fun and engaging idea. All right. I was 30 seconds behind, but now we are all caught up. Wait, now we are. Let me check YouTube. Oh, well, thank you so much, Lefty. I'm just now looking on here. Okay. Fantastic. Going towards the headphones fund. Holy smokes. My mom said that she saw me on the computer yesterday and I was like digging at my ears. And I was like, okay, I wasn't on live yesterday and digging in my ears. She's like, yeah, you need to get that headphone situation worked out. Thanks, Mom. I know. That's why I'm telling people like what my information is and to share and to subscribe and to do all the things. It's been a slow day today. I think just everyone getting back to work after yesterday's holiday. I don't know about you guys, but with my husband's job, he had the day off yesterday, so that was nice. What's wrong with my headphones? They're pushing my ears like to my head and they're sore. These are like super comfortable when you wear them for short periods, but wearing them for 5.5 hours, 0 out of 10 recommend. 0 out of 10. Yeah, this. I agree. Hey, Mom, can Santa come early? No. But any other streamers out there who are interested in this case, let me know. I would love to have conversations about it. I've reached out to a local guy who has a YouTube channel, former CPD Columbus Police, and I think that he might do it, but waiting to hear back. And I have a couple other ideas and people I need to reach out to. It's all starting to come together. I'm starting to get more and more ideas. It's just, oh, White Rabbit is here. Holy smokes. This is like a moment I'll never forget. Very much because of your help. Let's not forget that or minimize that. You, White Rabbit, are legendary. And Angry Liberal thanks you. Oops. Okay, we're good. Pardon me. All right, open this up. We're going to stay on on X a little bit longer before we pull it, but that was inevitable, you guys. So if you don't have my YouTube information, my YouTube channel is criminally confident on YouTube. Don't search Lacey Jane. Just don't. So, criminally confident, and you should see my face. Click on it and you should see the stream come up. Okay. Let me add. Excuse me. Like, this is such a first world problem, but I find it very difficult to not randomly sing lyrics that are in my head out of fear of a copyright strike. It feels wrong to keep the music inside. Still waiting for that Adderall to kick in. But to those of you that are here, hello, welcome. We are waiting for court to start. It should start at any minute, and they give us no warning, and we're just there. So if you could, please, please, please like the stream, share it, comment to help boost the algorithm. If you were watching before, it's important to me because it affects my community, but at the same time, I know it will have national implications in the world of policing. So regardless of whichever side you're on, please share it. This is an important case to be talked about. And we have, I think, another week, maybe a week and a half of the trial. I had to move my trip to go see my dad so that I could be here to do this. So I am visiting him next month instead. I haven't seen my dad in 2 years. It's wild. But I need to text him that I'm live as well. He says, "Lacey, your streams don't work. Nobody can watch your streams." Daddy, I get a lot of viewers. Oh, they don't work. They don't work. My dad was born in West Virginia and lives in North Carolina, so we're just full of fun dialects here. Dad. Ah, yeah. I can't figure it out. I'll have to do it at lunch. Okay. Okay. It's not what I wanted to share. So it says that we have about 4 more minutes. So I guess they were planning on getting the trial started at 9:30. Pardon me. That's an excellent reminder. I am considering starting the live feed an hour late tomorrow so that we can zip through like the breaks and lunch, and we don't have to wait for things that have been taking up time. So, if you do have an opinion on that matter, please let me know. Feel free to comment. But before I forget, I need to send this. And for those of you that don't know this, oy vey, there has been a new change on YouTube where you have to produce 2 separate streams. One for people watching on computers and one for people watching on cell phones. I was flabbergasted by the amount of views and how long people were watching on their cell phones. It's not like the best setup, aesthetically speaking, but I'm sure that they're just like in the development phase right now, and it'll get better. There. My dad can't say I didn't send it. Give me 1 second while I let my dog out of the room and blow my nose. Okay. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Dinero.
Oh, yeah.
Dinero.
You're funny.
Dinero.
What? What are you looking at that? Well, you should probably get on it. Call someone.
Hi, is Lacey there?
He's looking at me for the thing that pushes air out. It has like dust on it. Like
Some dust.
yeah, like call someone. I don't Sir. Do you know who I am? Patriotic said something, but I think he meant to say something different. Because all he said was while driving, exclamation point, and I don't know what he's referring to. Maybe that he's watching while driving, which I cannot confirm nor deny that I do that. I actually have no problem saying this. I listen while I'm driving. I typically listen to the Sean Ryan show, or what else do I listen to? This sort of stuff. Trials. Baker, if he's on. Checking to see if I took my allergy medicine. I did. I'm just allergic. I mean, I don't know. Here, look. It's not that bad, right?
Witness available?
Yes, Your Honor, he's ready. The system's been tested that he can put slides up as well as they can be shared from the government or else with him. It seems to be working. Put something on the record. The prosecutor was nice enough to bring up that she had a case where it got appealed and overturned because a video or a Zoom witness, they never put on the record that the defendant could actually see and hear that person. So we'd like to do that first.
Okay.
Does that meet your request?
Does this make you happy?
Mr. Desmond, if you could you, you can hear me, correct?
Yes, sir.
Could you put your picture up there for a sec, or your face, I guess?
Sure.
All right. And for the record, Connor, you can see Mr. Desmulin, correct?
Can.
And you can hear him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Jeffrey, if you will go back to that, the screen with just your name, the judge will bring in the jury and then ask us to call witness, and he's going to explain that we're calling you out of order. And then when I ask for your name, if you'll then come back up on the screen, is that okay? Is that okay?
Understood.
All right. Thank you, sir.
This is that
Do we need to
defense
put anything
witness
else on the record prior to bringing in the jury? All right, let's go get it.
that they're bringing in out of order because of a scheduling conflict. So I'm really not sure who it is. So many wires.
I didn't write on my calendar that we were having the judges' dinner last night.
There's Lacey,
4:30.
the blonde.
Like, hey, come down, have a cocktail in my office.
Oh, God. The hot mics in this case have just been interesting to say the least. I need a lefty notebook rather.
Everyone can have a seat. How's everyone doing? Have a good evening last night? Perfect.
No.
What we're going to do this morning is we're going to take a defense witness out of order, given the scheduling conflicts and those kind of things. So this is not part of the state's case in chief, but it's in fact the defendant's case in chief. And are there any witnesses on behalf of the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. First, with the court's permission, because of the Zoom aspect, may I question from one by the witness stand?
You may. Remember to look into the cameras.
Mine won't be on it, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Your Honor, on behalf of Connor Grubb and the defense, we would call Jeffrey Desmulin to testify via Zoom, Your Honor.
Mr. Desmulin, can you please, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury your testimony in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
And you may inquire.
Good morning, sir. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Jeffrey Thor Damelin, and it's spelled D-E-S as in Sam, M-O-U-L-I-N.
And sir, do you want me to call you Jeffrey or
Thor.
Doctor?
Mr. Thor.
Jeffrey's fine.
Okay. Jeffrey, I appreciate you modifying your schedule. So ladies and gentlemen, jury, know it's about 6:30 your time, correct?
Oh, wow.
Yes, sir.
And where are
California?
you located in?
Vancouver, Canada.
Okay.
Oh,
And sir, Jeffrey, could you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit about yourself and Principal GT Scientific, the company that you work for?
Sure. Let me just help you with that by sharing my screen.
Everybody hear that okay?
Yes. Okay, so I'm the principal at GTD Scientific, and our core competency is biomechanical engineering applied to several areas of practice.
And what areas of practice are those, sir?
Primarily litigation support, research, and training.
And Jeffrey, in order to do that, and what skills or education and work experience have you acquired in order to pontificate or give opinions on those types of issues?
Right. Well, I have 2 degrees in kinesiology, which is the study of human movement, but it also covers the basics of human physiology and injury. And combining that with 2 degrees in engineering gives me the capability to apply engineering principles to understand how injuries occur in humans.
oh,
Both of those.
I was also the former, go ahead.
In both of those concepts, when you say 2 degrees, that's where you get the doctorate degrees, correct, as well?
Correct. I have an undergraduate degree, 2 master's degree, and a doctorate in engineering.
And I interrupted you, and I apologize.
maybe someone can remind me. This sounds just like the guy from the Karen Reed case who did like the human cannon, who worked with hockey teams on like the boards, the NFL rather, the boards that in the arenas. So like hockey players aren't like killed when they get smashed up against the boards. If you guys remember that.
Apologize in advance because I may do that a couple times, as this is a bit of an awkward thing. You can't actually see me, correct?
I can hear you very well, and I can see just portion of you. But it's okay. We'll get through it. I'll be sure to
Former
leave lots of
TV
time
host.
in between the end of your question.
And so, sir, you were talking about the deadliest warrior concept.
Correct. And some people may know me as the former science and engineering host on Viacom's hit show Deadliest Warrior, where I was actually chosen from 1,500 different applicants to test weapons of warriors that actually existed throughout history but never met on the battlefield until that show. It's a lot of fun, but for entertainment purposes only.
Oh,
Thank you. Jeffrey, with regards to what's the background necessary for professional licensing for an engineer and a registered kinesiologist?
Right, the education and background that I just went through garners me the background to become licensed as an engineer here in British Columbia, as well as become a registered kinesiologist with BCAK. And that regulates.
hey, Patriotic, I sent you a comment in the chat. Sorry, everyone, but this is important for everyone.
It's me to be responsible to the public with my work product.
And can you explain, Jeffrey, why in your field it is important, the combination of kinesiology and engineering, and how do those 2 fields come into study in your analysis?
Right. Well, biomechanics is not a buzzword. It's actually a play on 2 different disciplines.
Yeah.
And it's important to have command of both of those disciplines. So bio meaning a biological system, and mechanics meaning the application of mechanical engineering concepts. And having a strong root in both of those disciplines allows you to apply those engineering principles to the biological systems. And in this case, we apply it to both timing and injury analysis.
Very good. And have you been able to and qualified to give an expert opinions, and if so, or excuse me, opinions with regards to these concepts, and if so, what courts and where?
Yes, sir. Various courts across the United States, as well as the Supreme Courts of both British Columbia and Yukon, as well as the King's Court of Alberta. In the areas specifically biomechanical engineering, incident reconstruction, which includes shooting reconstruction, and of course, biomechanical testing.
And I see that some of your education was both in Canada and in the United States. If you could elaborate on that.
Correct. I have 3 degrees in Canada and 1 from Wayne State University, which is in the state of Michigan.
You realize we're in Columbus, Ohio, right, Jeffrey?
I do. I apologize.
We got in contact with you, correct?
Yes, sir.
What did we ask you? We gave you some evidence from the
Poor
prosecutor's
guy.
file. What did we ask you to look at and determine if you could be helpful in this case?
Yes, you did give me numerous discovery statements and body-worn camera.
And were you able to come to any conclusions based on your review of the discovery and the cameras and the body-worn cameras and the other videos in this situation?
Yes, I was.
What are those conclusions, and could you go over them just in generally with the jury?
Sure. I'll read them verbatim, and they're on the screen now. And the first conclusion was Connor's ability to move out of the travel path of the vehicle. It would not have been possible for Officer Grubb to react quickly enough after sensing continuous forward movement of the Lexus driven by Miss Young to move out of the travel path of the vehicle before his lower body was contacted by its front bumper.
You mentioned the term continuous there. What did you mean by continuous? Why is that important in your analysis?
Well, there's no contention that there was an initial lurch of that vehicle and then it came to a stop. And so I'm talking about the second continuous movement as it accelerated away from its parking position.
Okay. So that, we'll go over that in more detail for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, but that was part of your analysis in that first conclusion, correct?
Correct.
And what about the second conclusion? If you could go over that with the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you made.
And the second conclusion was the risk to Connor of serious injury. So had the Lexus driven by Miss Young reached a speed of 20 miles per hour or higher while Officer Grubb was being carried on its front hood, he would have been at risk of serious injury, including the possibility of bone fractures and traumatic head injury.
Yeah.
Okay, but what, you're not saying that the car was going 20 miles an hour. What if it was less, 16, 12, or something of that nature?
Correct. I'm not saying that it was going. I'm just saying that that was as we'll see later on, it was a data point within the Lexus information that I garnered. And so it was conservative in that respect. But even at 10 miles per hour, which is approximately 4.4 meters per second, equivalent to a standing fall, may not cause skull fracture, which is easy to visualize, but in many cases would cause traumatic brain injury.
And that doesn't even take into account if someone trips or falls backwards, the weight of that vehicle could cause other types of serious physical injuries, correct? If one was caught underneath it.
Correct.
You mentioned that you've taken a stand and given opinions in both state and federal courts in the United States, as well as international courts. How many times do you believe you've done that with these concepts in this type of analysis?
Well, it always involves biomechanics, and I'd say approximately a dozen times.
Okay. Have you ever worked for the prosecution on an analysis and given an opinion based on your analysis?
Yes, sir.
Have you worked for defense attorneys as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you've kind of seen it in both angles, correct?
Correct. I assist to the best of my ability on the objective evidence available to me.
And Jeffrey, how much experience do you have consulting on use of force cases involving law enforcement concepts with the biomechanics and kinesiology?
Right now, the practice consists of approximately 80% use of force cases involving police officers. And that almost always involves bodily injury and or homicide of some sort.
Have you testified against police officers or done studies or reports against police officers?
Yes, sir. I've been hired by plaintiffs' attorneys as well.
And so you've also been on the analysis on defending
That's
concepts
good.
for police officers and use of force analysis with regards to these issues, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Sir, do you have any patents or trademarks in your line of work?
I'm sure he does.
I do.
Yeah.
Okay. Could you briefly
They all
tell
do.
the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about those?
I have a patent for a spinal treatment device, specifically for its firmware. Without getting complicated, I'll leave it at that. And then obviously I trademarked my logo of my company.
And sir, have you been published in peer-reviewed articles in journals of biomechanics?
Yes, sir. Almost exclusively in the area of biomechanics, and of the peer-reviewed articles, there's over 50 now.
Explain to the ladies and the jury, Jeffrey, what peer review means.
A peer review is a process used by scientific journals where similarly qualified people will review your work and deem your work scientifically valid in a blind review to deem it acceptable for publication in that journal.
Okay. And your conclusions today that we'll go into details about, they're based on a reasonable degree of scientific certainty in biomechanical fields, correct?
Correct.
And have you spoken at CLEs or seminars or conferences on biomechanics and kinesiology?
Yes, I do regularly, and the largest one is the Daigle Use of Force Conference, where I do a keynote speech in front of about 1,000 law enforcement members.
Okay. And how about in terms when you are analyzing a situation like this, do you ever have access or do you use research that might be appropriate in a case like this? And if so, could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about that?
Yes. So this next slide categorizes some of the research out of the 50 that I mentioned that I think are specific to this file. And the first two are in the areas of modeling and police shooting reconstruction, which we'll cover in a minute, injury analysis, and I have other papers on injury analysis, but these ones specifically look at contusions and lacerations that are more specific to this file. And then the others are extracting biomechanics from video evidence, so various forms of photogrammetry.
Okay. Now, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit, sir. When you are researching a situation like what you are what are you actually trying to identify, and what is your main goal, sir, in a case like this, with the information that you were provided?
With the information I was provided is a key caveat, but with the information I was provided, I attempted to get the timing of the event so I could understand whether or not the officer would be able to get out of the way in time or not, and also look at a quantitative look at risk of injury.
Okay, and those go to your conclusions. The timing of the event goes to conclusion number 1, and the risk of injury goes to conclusion number 2.
That is correct.
Okay, and do you have a methodology that you use, and if so, could you explain that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
I do, and this has been published in both magazine format and scientific literature format. And this is what you're viewing here in this image here, and it always starts with a Kickstarter and case material as provided by the client. Then we go on to define injuries, and in this case, my specific task was looking at the interaction between the vehicle and Officer Grubb, so the defined injuries was more specific to him. Then looking at defined dynamics, where I get a general overview of the information as provided without any analysis. So this is prior to analysis, but it gives you a general outline. And then we go into analysis and try to answer the questions that have been asked. And then we discuss that as it's consistent with independent data, and not just independent data within the case material, but also independent data within literature. And from that, then I have data-driven conclusions showing consistency with that independent data.
Thank you, Jeffrey. And did you follow that methodology in this analysis?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you prepare a report with your findings or opinions, so to speak?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. What materials did you use and mainly focus on in order to come up with your opinions?
Well, as you all know, there was a very large amount of material on this file, but I primarily focused on the 4 videos, a general overview of what had happened through the prosecutor's summary, and independent research with respect to injuries.
Okay. And how did you analyze the videos? Could you explain that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
I synchronized them to get the timing of the events.
Can you explain what synchronization is and how you did that, Jeffrey?
Sure. So synchronization is looking at visual cues that are clear within 2 different cameras. So here I'm looking at this child pushing a cart that can be seen just bridging the shadow on the asphalt. So I'll zoom in on this camera and zoom in on that camera. And you can see that the feet are still in the sun and the cart has now moved into the shade, giving a good indication this is the same frame across both views.
Okay, let me interrupt you for a second. So for the record, the view on the left of the screen is the view from the prescription parking lot, correct? From the pharmacy camera. And the view, the other view is the view from behind the situation facing the opposite direction, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, so you're taking 2 different views, finding one component in there and synchronizing that point. That's the concept that you're doing there?
That is correct.
Now, in general, okay, I'm sorry. You did synchronization as well with the body worn cameras, correct?
Correct.
Could you explain that to the jury?
Sure. And so synchronization of the parking lot video to Officer Grubb's body worn camera was also done through visual cues, and that was done through the Kroger employee, as you can see standing here, not only through the push phase of her gait cycle, as you can see pushing off with her right leg in both views, but also by counting the number of steps from her original standing position. So I'll just blow those up for you so you can see what I'm talking about. And then despite those visual cues, you can also use audio, and I'll show you what I mean in the next slide.
If I can interrupt you, I apologize. So the record's clear.
Sure.
On the screen, the left video is Connor Grubb's body worn camera. And the
Okay. Bye, X. I will see you guys later. Hopefully, I'll see you over on YouTube at Criminally Confident. And yeah, bye.
video on the right is from the view of the Kroger parking lot, right?
Correct.
And both have a view of the Kroger employee out there. And so you're synchronizing when those steps match so that you can have another point to compare body worn camera to Kroger cameras.
That is correct.
Now, the body worn camera looks clearer than the Kroger explain that to the ladies and gentlemen? Why is that so?
Correct. Well, the Kroger view was, first of all, running at a slower frame rate of 15 frames per second, but it's also of a lower resolution.
So
whereas the body-worn camera is a higher resolution and running at additional frames per second.
my understanding, the body-worn camera is at 30 frames per second, so that's double than what the Kroger is. So are you saying that the body-worn camera is catching more information or more detailed information than the Kroger at the slower rate?
That's generally correct. I would say that the body-worn camera has an average of 30 frames per second, as the Axon 3 is known to have a variable frame rate.
All right, what did you do next, sir?
So next, I put together a timeline based on all of this information.
Could you explain that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Sure. So what you're looking at here is key events that can be seen through these 4 videos and analyzed biomechanically through objective evidence up to the point of discharge. And so I start at the initial hand contact, which is approximately 2.5 seconds out.
And what do you mean?
The discharge.
I apologize. What do you mean by hand contact, the initial hand contact? Is that Officer Grubb's hand on the hood?
It is.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'll stop there.
And we'll see that. No problem. And we'll see that in more detail in just a moment. Then we have the vehicle starts moving continuously, and we can see that. And then there's an impact with Officer Grubb, and then a ongoing carry of Officer Grubb. And then there's this depression of the hood showing mechanical linkage between the officer and the hood of the vehicle. And then finally the discharge of his firearm. But this sync point here is also a good example of, this is actually a point at which Officer Moynihan was trying to break the driver's side window with his pocket knife and was unsuccessful, but gave a very clear, definitive audio spike that allowed me to sync up the audio timelines as well.
So Jeffrey, you're also not just doing the 4 videos, body-worn camera from Moynihan, Grubb, as well as the 2 Kroger videos, but you're also using the audio from the body-worn camera between Grubb and Moynihan in order to come up with a sync point, both audio and visual.
Correct.
And what is that point? Is that the line in the graph there, the sync point?
Correct, right here that I'm indicating with my cursor and is labeled sync point.
Okay. All right. If you could continue, please. What did you do from there?
Sure. So as you'll see here in the bottom left-hand corner, it's the same image as indicated in the timeline. And this is the frame in which I use to verify that hand contact. And this is Officer Moynihan's body-worn camera. This is the point of initial movement of the vehicle. And I've backed it up to 12.776 just for some context. And you'll see it lurch forward, okay? But this is the beginning of the continuous movement.
Wow.
Okay, and I think everyone in the courtroom can see that that's occurring.
Now you mentioned the term 12.776. That's the frame count after that you started with regards to the analysis, correct?
12.776 is the frame that you're seeing.
Okay.
From the parking lot video.
Okay. And I apologize. Continue, please, Jeffrey.
It's okay, because the numbers are slightly different in the report, so I don't want to confuse anyone. So in this image, you're actually seeing the impact. And this is interesting because I want to spend some time here, and I'm just going to loop it. So we see the initial movement as we did before, but then have a look at Officer Grubb. I can tell you as a mechanical engineer that this is the classic movement of a linked mass system. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, think of his body as a series of joints with masses connected to them, okay? And according to Newton's first law, which is just very simply, an object at rest wants to stay at rest. It wants to stay in its position. So what's happening here? You can see that he's not bending forward at the waist. What's happening is he's contacting the front hood with his femurs. What follows is the pelvis. What follows is the lower torso. What follows is the upper torso, and finally his head, all wanting to stay in that initial standing position, okay? And we can see this in two other, I should say, one other view.
Continue.
We'll have a look at that later.
Okay. Now, back at that last screen, it indicates, sir, now, so help me understand that, so you're saying that because the body's connected a certain way and there's weight bearing on certain ways, that's how the body responds, because the body doesn't want to be moved, right? The body wants to stay still.
Correct.
Newton's basic law.
And there's no forward movement of the torso indicating him leaning forward. What's happening is the pelvis and the femurs are moving with the vehicle, and the rest of the body is being forced to move with it. There's no forward movement there. It's actually all moving backwards, but just one segment at a time.
And you're basing that, what you believe you're seeing is on the biomechanics and the kinesiology together, correct?
Correct.
Now, there's a time that keeps coming up there, 0.47 seconds. What does that mean, Mr. Jeffrey?
That's the time to contact, from initial movement to the time of contact.
And to be clear, for the record, this is the initial movement of the second time that the car moves.
Correct.
Okay.
The initial continuous movement to contact is 7 frames, which works out to be 0.47 seconds.
Now, you indicated his torso stays where it is and mechanically wants to stay at rest. How do you interpret this, this concept, with his hand on the hood, and talk about weight bearing and load management?
Right. So obviously his base of support is being moved. And so how does he need to deal with that? He needs to distribute that load somewhere else. And so what we see here, when I loop this video, you can see a very firm depression of the hood of that car, indicating a vertical load being placed down through his left arm, okay? But I would also suggest that there's load being taken up by the knees, the thighs, and the tippy toes.
Why do you say that, sir?
I don't think he'd be able to support all of his weight with his left arm in this position. It's not directly under his weight, but the rest of his body is under a lot of that front portion of the vehicle as it begins to move forward, as we saw in the last video.
Sir, you mentioned earlier about the car carrying him. Can you go over your analysis with regards to that?
Yes, sir. So here's the first view of it. And this is from the parking lot video. The rear portion of the vehicle starts to move forward. And we can see he's getting pushed. Inertia of that torso pushes him forward and towards the A-pillar on the driver's side. And the A-pillar is this pillar here, just happens to be on the driver's side. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, let's have a look at that from this view, where we're now looking at the front of the vehicle, and you can see Officer Grubb's left leg and right leg here. As I play this forward, you can see that there's some movement there, but those are clearly not steps, even though this is a low resolution video. And there's one more place that you can actually see this, and that's in Officer Moynihan's video. And I'll draw your attention to the corner left side of the viewing screen when I play this, and I'll loop it. You can just see his right foot there that seems to be gliding across the asphalt in time with the vehicle, indicating that most of his weight is being taken up by the left hand, his hips, his thighs, his knees, and yes, a portion of it with his tippy toes, and perhaps transferring from his tippy toes back and forth, but certainly not stepping.
Sir, if you could go back to the fuzzy one, my technical term, of the view of the carry, I think it was, yes. Now, is in your profession, and so yes, thank you for showing that again. So on that carry, in your profession, are there tools that could have been used by the investigators to perform a more clear analysis there, Jeffrey?
Yes, absolutely. And I would have loved the opportunity to do this, but things like taking a scan of this area of the parking lot, not just where the vehicle was found, could have been used to do things like camera matching, inverse photogrammetry to get a absolutely correct, not only location of the body-worn cameras, but their orientation, which would give us a lot of information about the torso location and orientation of both officers within that scan space. But you could also do what's called model-based image matching, which is details some of the publications that I showed you earlier, where it's a scientific method to place scaled models over a 2D view in order to place that model or that person in the 3D space. And once you have that, you can start to determine whether his legs, based on where his pelvis is, can his feet actually be on the asphalt. For example, maybe his tippy toes would be able to, but maybe his heels would not.
Understood.
And that's important. You can try to determine load bearing. And I'm sorry, I walked on you.
No, I walked on you. Jeffrey, so had a proper scan been done at that car area where the picture is, you would have had a little bit more precise, but so you've done the best that you could here, correct?
100%. This is a visual timing analysis.
Now, based on your experience, did you prepare an animation that kind of substitutes for what you just talked about, or gives a better illustration of this? And if so, can you explain it to the jury how you came up with that?
Correct. That's what you're seeing here, and I'll just
hold on. There's an objection.
Okay.
Okay, so if you guys haven't done so already, if you could please like the stream, and if you could please share it, that would be exponentially helpful. Whether it's on Discord, Facebook, Insta, X, super, super, super helpful. Oh my God.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Jeffrey, once again, if you could just give the basics to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, why you did this and what it illustrates and the calculations that went into it.
Sure. As I previously mentioned, I would have preferred to have the opportunity to use photograph.
For purposes of the jury, this is merely demonstrative. It will not be admitted into evidence.
Really?
Okay.
It looks so real.
I'll explain, and that's what this is doing actually. This is trying to get the concept of the load-bearing concept that I was describing earlier. It just gives you a visual aid to that. So if I run this, this is not meant to be camera matching or model-based image matching, but I can tell you this is a model of the Lexus, and this is a scaled model of Officer Grubb, which is important for some respects because it shows you the contact between the front of the vehicle and his lower limbs. But this generally gives you, this left-hand side generally gives you the view from the parking lot video, and on this right-hand side gives you a general, sense of what I'm trying to convey of what's happening in the pharmacy walk-up video in front of the vehicle.
Thank you, sir. If we'll go on to the next. It's my understanding, in your first conclusion, you're indicating he didn't have time to move out of the travel path of the vehicle, correct?
No, sir. And you can see by this close-up, this is just another look at it, where the contact with his knees, and it's important to understand he's scaled here, and that is a model of the vehicle. It's just another look at it. You can see the depression of the hand that I'm trying to convey there. That there's movement, yes, there's toe touching, but there's no real weight bearing or stepping going on there.
And sir, in regards to he didn't have time to move out, explain the concept of avoidance and how you came up with that aspect.
Sure. So avoidance was taken from Patla et al. 1993. And this study is very interesting because what they measured was the weight captured by both feet, or I should say by one foot, standing still. And as you can see, and as you would expect, when they're standing still, 50% of their body weight is located on one of their feet. And then after giving a visual cue.
Your Honor, objection.
For real?
This also was not provided to the state in the report.
For those of you from X, thanks for coming by. It's going to be a little slow now that I've moved entirely away from X, but we'll build up. We'll build up.
May I proceed, John? Jeffrey, we're going to go on this, and if you can, narrow it down to why mathematical in this study comes into play as to why Connor Grubb didn't have time to get out of the way of the Lexus using the math as well as the size of the Lexus and the time frame he had to respond of 0.47 seconds. Explain that to ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Sure.
Pala et al. 1993 is actually cited on page 31 of my report. This is a figure. This is figure 2 from that publication that's cited there. And using this information, it gives you not only the reaction time of someone who is young, but it also gives you the time for their ability to transfer the weight and actually lift their foot to take a step. So and that's what this reaction time plus weight transfer time is, only the ability to lift up a foot. Okay, and so the times that we're actually looking at are on this side, which is figure 3 of that same paper that I'm citing on page 31 of my report. And obviously you wouldn't want to, take a front step if a car was coming at you, or take a back step. So I used the numbers from the side step, and I used the youth subjects because they are quicker. And so if I add the reaction time, which is roughly 200 milliseconds, and I add the time to transfer the weight and lift the foot, it's about 330 milliseconds. Adding those two together gives me 530 milliseconds. And we saw earlier that from the start of continuous movement of the vehicle to impact was 0.47 seconds. So in other words, there was no time for Connor to get out of the way in that position.
So what you're saying is, based on the studies and the math that you've done, a younger person would be able to take some type of step, either sideways or the other way, in 0.53 seconds. That's what those two charts add up to, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, so because 0.47 is less than 0.53, don't go back, sir. Don't go to that one. We'll have another objection. So because of that, sir, 0.53 is greater than 0.47, but 0.53 is to take one step, correct?
Correct. And you needed 2 steps to get out of the way.
Why do you need 2 steps in this situation to get out of the way?
That leads me to the next slide.
We're not going to go through that slide because it will be an objection, but may we proceed, Your Honor? Go ahead, Jeffrey.
Okay. So what you're seeing here is the model that I created. The Lexus.
Take the slide off just so we can get.
I'll just go back to this one.
How wide is the Lexus?
Half of it is 91 centimeters, I believe.
So from the center of the car, the hood, to the end of the right side is 91 centimeters, correct?
Approximately.
Okay. So in order to clear 91 centimeters, how many steps would Connor Grubb have to take to avoid the car?
He would have had to take 2 steps because, according to Lee et al., and using his height,
I would have taken like 12, like
his weight and his age,
and fallen down.
his step length would have only been 73 centimeters.
Or 2 steps.
Thus requiring 2 steps to bridge the 91 centimeter deficit.
How about, Jeffrey, if the car was turning kind of to the right or wasn't coming directly at it? Would that affect change your opinion on avoidance?
It would be minimal because of the closeness between him and the vehicle. It would be a marginal difference.
Thank you, sir. I want to go. Did you have the opportunity to move forward to review some of the pictures and injuries or abrasions that Connor Grubb received?
Yes, sir.
Could you go over those with the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? And what significance what significance they are to you, and how you used engineering or biomechanical issues to analyze those?
Right. So now we get into injury biomechanics, and what Connor is showing you here is some abrasions and scrapes on his, shin and knee area. And so what I'd like to show is that these are in fact consistent with the mechanics, okay, the engineering principles in order to cause these abrasions. Okay, so when you're talking about abrasions, the location is self-evident. And we know that there was a contact between something and his leg at this point. And I showed you earlier that this scaled model and the scaled model of the officer and the scale model of the Lexus shows there'd be contact between the lower limbs. And so that is consistent. The direction, we also know, and we saw in the video evidence, that there was tangential motion between Officer Grubb and the front of that vehicle as inertia pushed him towards the A-pillar on the driver's side and eventually off the hood. Now, in order to make this happen, you need a magnitude of that load that is sufficient to cause perpendicular force necessary to cause friction, right? It didn't just glide over without any perpendicular force. We know that there was contact there, and that is consistent with the low velocity impact at initial contact would have given that sufficient perpendicular force necessary to cause the friction that when he moved tangential to the hood of the vehicle and the bumper, it would cause the friction necessary that would be consistent with injuries like this.
So in general, going back to recap conclusion number one, he did not have time because he only had 0.47 seconds till contact. And because of his size and the size of the car and the closeness of theirs, he was not able to take the necessary steps to get out of the way, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, with regards to your second conclusion, you did a injury risk analysis, correct?
I did.
Please explain to the ladies and gentlemen jury how you reached that conclusion.
Okay. With any moving mass, it has a momentum, and it's just very simply, if you think of a weight times its velocity, okay, times its speed, that is its momentum, okay? And when that object is stopped, either landing on the ground, butting up against a curb, hitting a wall, hitting a parked car, okay, that momentum has to stop, right? And therefore, we need to apply a load to that moving mass in order to stop it. And so that's the calculation that I did. Only using 20 miles per hour as an example, because it was the first data point from the data available for that vehicle, and then multiplying it by his overall weight over a time period of approximately 150 milliseconds, which is actually quite long for an impact, say against a rigid object, but that's the number we used. And the average of that load turns out to be 5,813 newtons. Now, don't get caught up too much with the units. That's just over 1,000 pounds, but that's average. On an impact like this, the force profile is shaped like a pyramid. And so the average of that pyramid, or I should say the peak of that pyramid, is typically twice the average, okay? And so that's what you're seeing here, the potential. We don't know how he would have landed, we don't know what he would have impacted, but the potential to have over 9,000 newtons of peak load was present at that speed, okay? And this is not just falling from the hood of the car. I think you don't need to be a mechanical engineer to understand that when you're thrown from a vehicle of the car, it's a combination of falling from the hood of the vehicle as well as the speed,
The velocity, yep.
you've been thrown at, which is equivalent to the speed of the vehicle at the time you leave it. Okay, and that's what this potential load is looking at. And now I compare that, I can go to literature, biomechanical literature, that looks at loads necessary to cause specific injuries. And in this slide, you'll see, I look
wow.
at skull fracture, back of the skull, okay, is certainly possible for that to happen. Front of the skull, possible for that to happen. And it's also important to understand that with these injuries especially carries
Like the
a
back of the head, I could
high
see.
risk of morbidity. But
Yeah.
also note just how much higher the potential load is to, say, a femur fracture. And if we were to get a bilateral femur fracture, that's considered a serious injury.
Well, yeah.
Okay?
You're
And
bedridden.
so, go ahead.
No. So what you're saying there is this, you did a risk analysis of a potential risk based on the math and based on the car, because the car, it's my understanding, that car can go from 0 to 20 miles per hour in 1.8 seconds. Am I correct on that?
Correct. This is the data I pulled from, and the first data point was 0 to 20 miles per hour in 1.8 seconds, as you see here.
But you're not saying that the car was going 20 miles per hour in that video or anything like that, but that's a data point that you use to illustrate potential risks.
Correct. But it's also important to know, as we discussed earlier, that even at 10 miles per hour, which would be roughly 4.4 meters per second, that, you know, while the potential of injury there might fall below some of those skull fracture numbers, the potential for serious traumatic brain injury would still be present.
And again, you realize in this case that there was no serious physical injury. You're just giving the ladies and gentlemen of the jury an assessment of the risk based in this situation that could have happened.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Okay.
Why
And
he
sir,
reacted the way he
I want to
did.
change a little bit. You've had the opportunity to review Mr. Bauer's reports, correct?
Briefly, yes.
And there's a situation where you're talking about certain frame numbers, and Mr. Bauer's talking about the same concept of different frame numbers. Can you explain that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why that's not uncommon in these types of analysis?
Right. When you interrogate a file,
You said
there is interrogate, correct. That's just the term of art for forensically valid software that can read various video files.
Nerds.
From there, it will provide you, the number of frames, and you can look at it either through the metadata, or you can output the images, and it will assign a frame number to those images. And but obviously, with video files that are 15 minutes long and running at 15 frames per second, you get a lot of images. And so the interrogator, or the person using the software, will kind of select a segment, if you will, and pull it out. And so there's I suppose, a susceptibility to make errors in that case, or in the sense that frame numbers might be off by a few, but the sequence, I think, is the same, and I don't think we're getting any pushback on either side from what actually happened and the time frame between major events of what happened, although frame numbers can sometimes be slightly different.
Thank you. Jeffrey, could you go back to visual slide number 11 that you put up before with regards to the synchronization of the 4 cameras and the sounds?
This one, oh, sorry.
No, the next one, I'm sorry.
From here?
After that. Yes, that one. So in that chart, sir, again, to go over that for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the 2.5 seconds where the initial hand is furthest to the left in green, that's from the time he placed his hand down until the shot occurred, correct?
Correct.
Now, go two over to the yellow with the car. That 1.6 seconds, that's the time that from the continuous movement right? Until the shot.
This one here?
No, the next one over. Body impact. I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's from the time he was impacted to the time of the discharge, approximately.
So that would be 1.6 seconds to decide whether or not to discharge.
Correct. I think he waited as long as he could.
And sir, both of your conclusions were based on a reasonable degree of biometrical certainty, scientific certainty, as well as kinesiology, correct?
Yes, sir.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Jeffrey, that's all the questions I have for you. The government's going to have some questions for you now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh my God. We're going to take a break. If he tries to do lunch this early, I will throw something.
Mr. Smulin, can you remain on the line? We need to take a 15-minute jury break.
Of course.
Okay. You can bring down the screen. Ladies and
Yeah, just put
gentlemen.
your name up again, Jeffrey. And then view it. Yeah, just put your name up. Take down the chart, put your name up, and then we'll view it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
You can see my name now, correct?
No, we still see the chart. There you go.
Okay.
Okay. This camera person is like really quick to switch over. Let me do this. Let me do this and let me do that and get rid of this and that. All right. So it looks like we have 15 minutes. I really don't even think it's the jury that needs the break. I think it's him. And it's been slowing things down in my honest opinion. But who am I to speak? Oh, these headphones. My poor ears. Okay, guys. So I know we don't have a ton of viewers right now. Like I said, I made the switch from doing this on X and YouTube to just YouTube. It needed to be done. It was inevitable. And it's just, we just gotta slowly grow, which I depend on you guys for, those of you watching, whether you're watching live or on replay. It is so important to get eyes on this case. In doing so, we need you to like the stream, subscribe to the channel if you are not already subscribed, to share with your other social media platforms. I am an absolute delight, so it's well worth the energy. A little bit sassy, but it's all in good fun. And this is a issue, like I said earlier, that doesn't just affect me, it or the community that I live in. It affects policing throughout the state, and I'm certain it will have nationwide implications as well. So by being a part of this trial, by having the important conversations, you are a dozen steps ahead of your colleagues, peers, family members who are unaware that this is happening. And it's the little cases like this, and little being a murder case, it seems silly, right? But it's these cases that go under the radar, and they accumulate and they accumulate and they accumulate, and it all ends up with this huge ass catalyst event. And for example, that would be the George Floyd. It would be everything that happened before that. If you are familiar with that, like, there had been several issues with policing in that city, and the officers there, much like Columbus, I know they can't legally come out and say this, but no one's gonna fire me. Our police are held hostage by our mayor and his disdain for the FOP. And not because it's a union. He's a Democrat. There is this, from working in politics, I come from a background in politics. I have never seen such openly knowledgeable, cringe disdain for the people that are providing safety in the city that you manage from a leader. I've never seen this. And the cops know it. If you can get them to talk to you about that, great. They will. Because it's a huge issue. It's a huge issue. And Brian Steele, if you're watching, I would love to talk to you about this because I'm very concerned. What else? That was a really good witness. I think that was, I actually understood what he meant, like when he was saying, if Officer Grubb had been on the hood, he would have been ejected at the same speed of, the vehicle. It all comes down to theories of staying at rest and in movement. And oh my God, I will admit, while he was speaking, I just had, okay, I was in all AP classes in high school, and I had the biggest, sorry guys, this is PG-13, earmuffs if you're offended, the biggest douchebag. AP science, AP anatomy. I'll come back to that 1 second. Let me show Patriotic's comment. Patriotic, in my reference to Brian Steele, who I would love to speak with, said that Spencer or Eric may be able to get me in touch with them. The only person I haven't reached out to, Patriotic, is Eric, the Pew Pew guy, if I'm correct. And ironically, that place is right by a family establishment. Let me just put it that way. I don't want to throw all of my business out there. But I'm very familiar with the location. I've never been there. And I really need to reach out to this guy. Spencer just got his job back. So I don't doubt that Spencer could get me in touch with him but it's been difficult to get in touch with Spencer because I sent him an email, and I even wrote in the email, like, I don't do emails, so sir, respectfully, if you could please message me or call me, that would be like, that's the only way I'm going to see your response. This was on Veterans Day, so it hasn't been that long. I don't know which days he's on and which days he's off either. Hold on one second. The other thing, I'm sure that Brian Steele, let me rephrase this. I would definitely need someone to vouch for me because I'm sure there would be concern, this chick with the YouTube channel is just going to go online and say a bunch of things and stir the pot even more because things are not good. I don't even live downtown anymore, and I know that. Things are not good. Otherwise, this would not be happening right now. We would not be dealing with this. Sorry. But I love that recommendation. Patriotic, maybe let me connect with you on the other platform, and maybe my husband and I will go. And do the same thing. Cuz we have an armory here. Um it that could be fun. And I definitely need to reach out to him about his show. Yeah. Oh, and yeah, so I had the worst AP science teacher. It was like I did AP anatomy, AP physics, AP chem, and it was all the same douchebag. His name rhymes with rubella. And I just I was thinking about a test I messed up in high school that he publicly, in front of the entire class, was like, "I told you not to do this," and, like, screamed at me. Oh my god. It's one of those experiences that sticks with you. Haha. Uh, so yeah. Oh, break should be back. They should be back from break any moment. And I would love to have a conversation and open dialogue about getting back on track. The leaders of Columbus with the FOP, they used to work in sync. They used to like one another. It used to not be so friggin' miserable. But when you're a police officer being treated like a criminal by city council and your mayors, yeah, there are going to be some morale issues. So frustrating to watch. And if you haven't done so already, please like the stream. Please share it. Discord, Facebook, Insta, X, wherever. That really helps get eyes on this. And a lot of people don't know about it, even though it has extreme implications for anyone in America. Extreme implications. We're going to keep going. We're going to keep focusing on more cases like this. Let me put on my glasses while I don't have my stupid headphones on. Okay. Definitely get headaches from not wearing my glasses, and I feel like my contacts, they just dry my eyes out. Let's check this out. I don't think we have anyone watching on their phone right now. We just have people watching on their computers. Or else it's the opposite way around. I don't know. This whole new layout thing through YouTube is a mind trip. Hi, buddy. Shaggy dog. Come here. He never comes here when I says that. But he's also deaf. Do you guys have any questions? Okay. I just found more information in the docket that I didn't see before. My bad. Here you guys go. Okay. Now comes, stop it. Stop it. You're hurting me.
No.
You're hurting me.
Stop it. You stop it.
What is this? What do we have here? Oh, that's Fox. Subpoenaed. Who was subpoenaed? Subpoenaed. Ugh. Seeing that charge of murder just makes my stomach turn. Sorry, guys. We're looking over the docket really quick while we have some time. You're still at break. Watch him come back and be like, oh, we just decided we're going to go to lunch. Bye. Blah, 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 blah. Brady violations. Blah, 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 blah. We really haven't gotten into the autopsy report or the labs. What in the tarnation are they doing over here? Just in case they decide to come back. That'd be great. I've already talked about my asshole science teacher from AP Physics. I've gone over some of the docket very, very briefly. I wouldn't even say I've gone over the docket. I've let you guys know what I thought about that witness, which I thought did a really good job explaining very, very high level information to the laypersons, such as myself, listening. When he said that he was syncing up the video from like Kroger's and the body cams and everything to figure out if Connor would have had time to move before firing his weapon, that's all the math that was involved, and it was 0.47 seconds to get out of the way, and he would have had to take 2 steps. Dang. I still use my fingers to count. I have zero shame. Like, and people can say mean things, and I will be. Once you work in politics, you guys, it takes a whole lot to really offend me. I don't know if that's a good thing. Oh, I guess I should share my other info, my Venmo. And I know that this is probably making the camera shake. I'm sorry. We'll figure something else out. Sup, nerd? You want to talk about nerd? You have not seen nerd. We have been nerding out all morning. There we go. All right. Oh. You know what? Am I allowed to edit my own? Can I ban myself? Yeah. Can I ban myself from my chat? Just curious. I mean, like how far? How far can we go? That's also very much my personality. Like, how far can we push this? Okay. Apparently I can't. Womp womp. What do you guys think they're doing in there?
Mr. Desmulin, you're still under oath. Mr. Desmulin, you're still under oath, okay?
Understood, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination on behalf of the state?
Yes, Your Honor. Sir, my name is Erin Claypool, and I'm one of the prosecutors representing the state of Ohio. I have some questions for you. First, can you pronounce your last name for me?
Damelin.
Thank you. And you're in Canada right now, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And you are from Canada. Have you always lived in Canada?
No. He talked
No,
about
ma'am.
going to school in
I
Michigan.
lived in various places throughout the United States. California while I was filming on the show, and then in Michigan. Sorry to say that word again, but in Michigan while I was going to school there.
He's like, nobody's laughing.
Your October 8th, 2025 report. Can you tell me where in that report is the word avoidance actually show up?
It's actually in a news article in my CV that's attached to that. But as far as the report itself, avoidance does not appear.
So in your report that was provided to the defense, who provided them to us, would you agree you did not have any information in the body of a report about this concept called avoidance, which you testified to today?
No, if you look at page 31 of my report, looking at analysis, it looks like it's the third sentence down, and I quote, "A study investigating the time required to lift one leg in response to a visual stimulus found that the average time for young adults was approximately 0.53 seconds for a sidestepping."
My question was, when did you put the word avoidance in your report?
Oh my God.
It was a good way to encapsulate that concept when I was making the presentation for Direct.
And when did you make the slides that you had with this simulation? When were those created?
That would have been most of it yesterday or the day before. It was very, very soon.
So they were not part of your report that was turned over
No. For discovery.
to the defense on October 8th, 2025.
No, on October 8th, no.
Let me go back to your background.
Is this going to be a problem?
Sir, in your background, I don't see anywhere that you've listed that part of your experience is in crash data retrieval. Would you agree with that?
If you're talking about black boxes from like event data recorders from vehicles, I would say that's correct.
And would that also include then electronic data retrieval? You don't list any experience in that in your report?
I typically don't do that. That's done way before we get involved in any files.
So you're not certified in crash data retrieval, are you?
No, ma'am.
And you talked about data from the car that was kind of vague. What were you referring to?
I looked up the VIN and found some acceleration data involving that make and model of vehicle.
So you're not referring to any information from that exact Lexus. You're just looking at something on the internet?
It's specific to that make and model, but not that particular vehicle. That's correct.
I just wanted to make that clear. Also, in your background, you talk about having experience in incident reconstruction, which includes shooting reconstruction. But would you agree that there's nothing listed in your background as to experience in automotive or crash reconstruction?
Oh no, we do a lot of crash reconstruction actually. And there's publications in my CV that attest to that.
But you didn't list that as one of the areas specific to this matter on page 5 and 6 of your report, did you?
I believe I did actually. Let me take a look. First of all, I should point out it is listed in my CV. Second of all, on page 5 and 6, there it is. 1, 2, 3, 4. The 5th publication down on page 5 says combining virtual crash and MADI-mode to reconstruct motor vehicle collision dynamics and assess injury risk to occupants, and that was published in the International Journal of Crashworthiness.
In the area on page 5 where you list additional expertise specific to this matter and you include specific topics, are the words accident or crash reconstruction listed?
Well,
Oh
reconstruct motor
my
vehicle
God.
collision dynamics is exactly what you're speaking of, ma'am, although it's different words. And it was published in the Journal of Crashworthiness, so I think that qualifies.
So you're saying it just shows up in an article that you listed, but not in your specific bulletin?
That's a scientific journal, ma'am.
I'm asking
Not an
you-
article, it's not a press release, it's not a magazine,
Do not speak over.
sorry, sir.
I'm asking you in the specific bulleted list of experience that you thought applied to this case, you did not list crash or accident reconstruction, did you?
Again, same answer. It would be covered by that scientific publication. It's not a press article. It's not a magazine article. This was peer reviewed by other crashworthiness people, deemed valid and useful to the public who perform vehicle collision dynamics.
Okay, so you're saying listing the article covered the topic you chose not to put in the bulleted points of your experience specific to this matter on page 5.
Can you repeat the question?
Are you saying that your answer is you listed it in an article, but would you agree you did not list it specifically in the bulleted points on page 5 as additional expertise specific to this matter include? It's not listed in that bulleted list, is it?
Okay, I see what you're saying. It is listed in that scientific article, but not listed in the above bullet points, but is listed in my CV, which is attached to the report.
Now, you mentioned in your report, and you talked about it today, about relying upon a prosecutor's summary as one of the bits of evidence that you were provided with, evidence or discovery. I just want to be clear, that prosecutor's summary, that is actually a report written by a BCI investigator. Would you agree?
I believe it was, yes.
That's not some report that anybody sitting here at the table provided to you. I just want to make that clear. Would you agree with that?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, I agree. That was case materials that I received from from either Mark or Caitlin.
Sorry, I was going to say, I get it.
I'm going to be able
I
to share
got
my
what you were
screen.
saying. I could understand the words coming out of your mouth. Pearl Bailey, come here. My pretty puppy.
Doctor, can you see the slide on the screen with the 4 pictures?
I can.
And I believe that this is the same as what you provided on page 23 of your report. I've just added State's Exhibit stickers to each of the 4 photos. So can you see that that's been added to the photo you used in your report?
Correct, I see that.
Now, when you talked about the injuries sustained to Officer Grubb, would you agree that that is under the section Define Injuries, number 6 on page 23 of your report?
What's up, guys? What's up?
It just goes through the Define Injuries is just a look at what injuries might become important in the analysis section. But yes, that's where that image is located.
And with respect to your report, you actually just wrote, it is possible that Officer Grubb sustained the scratches as the Lexus turned right and his body slid to the right of the vehicle, causing his legs to scrape against the front of the vehicle. Are those your words, that it is possible?
That's true. It's considered.
Sorry, not really. If he did say those words, we are still acknowledging the fact that this woman hit an officer with her car. Thank you.
Consistent with the engineering evidence available to me, but there's other ways he could have received those injuries.
And
Correct.
that would include falling to his knees on a sidewalk or pavement, wouldn't it?
Also possible.
And did you see that when you reviewed both the body-worn camera videos of Sergeant Moynihan as well as Officer Grubb? Did you see him fall to his knees?
I saw him kneeling several times.
Okay, so he was kneeling. Did you also see where Officer Grubb went to the ground and had to push himself back up with his hands on his own body-worn camera?
I did see his hands in the glass, yes.
Yeah. Yep.
But you didn't include the other possibility of him going down to the ground in your report, did you?
Excuse me.
No, I did not.
But you're saying that that is a possible way the injuries to his legs were applied.
It's possible.
Now, continuing on with the pictures that are before the jury and you, in your report, do you specify what area of the leg these injuries are applied to?
They're in the knee and shin area.
And so do we see that in your D, State's Exhibit 55? Do we see this? My cursor's not showing up on the screen, but would you agree in your D, State's Exhibit 55, there are injuries to the knee of Connor Grubb displayed in that photograph?
Yes, I would agree with that. Over the kneecap and over the tibia
And
on the shin.
from the review of
Yes,
the body
this
worn
is
camera
cross.
of both Sergeant Moynihan and Officer Connor Grubb, would you agree that Officer Grubb broke out the driver's window that was glass?
Yes, I believe he did.
And would you agree then there was glass on the pavement as a result of that action?
Yes.
That isn't where he got her out. What are we doing here, kids?
Doctor, in your report, You mentioned the video that you used to make your figures. Would you agree that you generally call it the Kroger parking lot surveillance, but within the report, in the figures, you didn't distinguish between the RX walk-up versus the parking lot video?
I'm pretty sure I did.
Okay, so in the figures themselves.
You can see, can I just answer your question fully? On page 24 in Define Dynamics, first sentence, video from Kroger surveillance cameras of the parking lot and of the pharmacy, and I quote, both of those videos captured the incident. So I have delineated them.
But then when you refer to the figures, you just use Kroger parking lot surveillance. Is that correct? Like, for example, on page 26, figure 5, those pictures are actually from the RX walk-up. Would you agree?
Correct. I would assume that someone viewing that figure would understand it's the RX walk-up if they understood it was from the front of the vehicle.
And since you referenced the page 24, you said that when you analyze the video and you synchronize the video, would that require a software package to accomplish that?
It doesn't always, but it's prudent to use forensically valid interrogation software like Input Ace or Axon Investigate.
And you used Input Ace in this case, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Wouldn't you agree that the current version of that software is actually the Axon Investigate?
They've purchased that software, yes.
That was back in 2021, they purchased it?
I don't recall the year.
Okay, so Axon then put out a new video software package in 2022. Did you use that in your synchronization in this case?
No, ma'am.
Doctor, on page 25 of your report, you state that Officer Grubb appears to be lifted onto the front hood of the Lexus soon after it begins to move. Would you agree that that wording is subjective?
No, because there's a physical depression of the hood, and that means load is going through his hand in a vertical direction, which would tend to lift him mechanically. So I say seen because it would have been nice to do some other measurements here, but I didn't have that ability. But through kinesiology and engineering terms, there's a vertical load there that would act to lift him. So that's what I'm speaking to. That's what I'm referring to.
So when you were saying
it's not quantitative.
When you were saying that it appears Officer Grubb was lifted onto the front hood of the Lexus, you're basing that on the body-worn camera and Officer Grubb's left hand on the hood?
In that particular sentence, yes, but then obviously I put together the full picture with the other views of what happened, and then of course the animation to kind of communicate the concept.
And that would be the animation you created last night?
I didn't create that last night. That was a few days ago, but maybe even last week. But yeah, it was relatively recent.
And do you understand that that was not turned over to the state of Ohio?
That's not his problem. That's
that.
not what he does.
I wasn't aware of what or when things get turned over.
That's a discovery issue.
I think you would agree with me. In your report, you do state more than once that the Lexus was turning to the right. Would you agree with that?
Correct.
And I think
Yeah, nobody's disputed that.
At one point, you even said sharply to the right. Would you agree to that?
I would. That's not in dispute.
Now, you did not mention in your report the time when on the videos, Officer Grubb is seen walking in front of the Lexus, did you?
No, ma'am.
And your starting point then is what?
The hand, as we saw in figure 3 of my report, it starts with the initial hand contact. Those are the major events that I wanted to capture to the point of discharge.
Oh
You
my
don't
God.
include as a major event then Officer Grubb walking in the front of the car?
No, I don't, because I'm not a police procedures expert. I wouldn't know how to interpret that. It's just a walk to me.
Well, is Officer Grubb walking and then standing in front of the car an event captured by multiple videos that you reviewed?
Yes, that's not in dispute.
And you did not include that in your timing of your report, did you?
No, ma'am.
And then in your report, you talk about this continuous movement. I think the defense attorney today was trying to clarify that. Would you agree that in the videos, the Lexus moves, stops, and then moves again?
Yes, and we did speak on that in direct, I believe.
Okay. Do you touch on that in your report? The stop?
I don't recall. I think where I'm referring to it is where I'm constantly saying continuous forward movement. So I'm clearly talking about the movement that is that ends up hitting him and carrying him, not the initial lurch forward prior to the hand on the hood.
So again, your starting point is not the beginning of the first movement. You started after that.
Yes,
And that would give you a shorter time frame then, wouldn't it?
I suppose.
One net.
How far back would you like to go? I mean, it would, depending on where you choose to start the analysis. Yes.
Yep,
Let's talk about speed.
this is accurate.
You already conceded this in direct examination. There's no evidence to support that the Lexus reached a speed of 20 miles per hour. Is that correct?
No, ma'am.
And would you agree that from the original position of the Lexus in the parking spot to where it came to rest against the wall of the Kroger, that car could not have reached 20 miles an hour during that distance, could it?
No, that it very much could have. As I showed, the data that I showed you, it can go from 0 to 20 miles per hour in 1.8 seconds. And it starts moving 2 seconds prior to discharge. So there was time for it to continue because he was still on the hood at the time of discharge.
You're saying he's
So yes, it could have.
on the hood. Which video shows him on the hood? Is his
I
torso
would
on the
say a
hood?
combination of all the ones that I showed you during direct that say carry.
Is his torso on the hood of the car in any
Oh
video that you examined?
my God.
It's being supported by his left hand, which is on the hood.
So when you say Officer Grubb is on the hood, you mean his left hand. Is that correct?
His left hand, which is applying a load that's supporting his upper body, as well as other parts of his body like his pelvis and thighs and knees and tippy toes, as I mentioned.
Now, an Officer or Sergeant Moynihan's body-worn camera, would you agree there's no point where you see both of Officer Grubb's feet off the ground?
I think the resolution of the pharmacy walk-up video is just too poor to see that, which is why a scan and mall-based image matching of what we do see in the bodywork cameras and in the parking lot camera could detail a lot.
Right,
I don't know what it would
question-
show, but I think it could resolve
No.
that.
Let him
My question
answer.
was
Are you gonna walk
about-
over me?
Yes, I was talking over you because my question,
Connor, can you finish this question, or
Just ask another question and don't talk over a witness.
okay, Your Honor. Doctor, my question
God,
was,
so rude.
on Sergeant Moynihan's body-worn camera, can you ever see both of Officer Grubb's feet off the ground?
Well, no, because you can only see his right foot at one point.
And you're saying then, even in the RX walk-up video,
This is our government.
are you saying that's the video that shows both of Officer Grubb's feet off the ground?
You're mischaracterizing my testimony. I never said that.
Okay, so I'm asking you, can you see on the RX walk-up video
$500,000 minimum.
ground at the same time?
And I was explaining to you before you interrupted me before that
Yes.
no, the resolution
Yes.
of that image is so low that you can't see that. You can see some movement of his legs. You see the tippy toes in one hand, and I think this file would have benefited from a scan in that region, model-based image matching, which wasn't done. And like I said, I don't know what that would resolve, but I think it would have been useful.
Ma'am, do you concede?
Would you agree in your report, you don't have any topics listed as perceptual anticipation?
I don't know what that is. Inside somebody's head, it's not observable.
So you have no training in human performance then, is that correct?
Human factors, yes. The perceptual anticipation, no. And I would say it's not observable. And
Yeah.
It's not observable. It's not something that I pay attention to.
That really doesn't make sense. It sounds like an oxymoron.
Doctor, when you reviewed the body-worn camera of Officer Grubb, would you agree that Takaya Young is visible in the body-worn camera when Officer Grubb is in front of the car?
Yes, I believe they both saw each other, yes.
And would you agree that, well, is one of the items that you were provided with, would that have been
Apparently she is.
Officer Grubb's typed statement? Typed statement.
There was an enormous amount of materials. I don't recall exactly, but I do recall a statement that either summarized by him or typed by him, stating that he was lifted off of his feet and could see, I believe he said he could see her,
So
if that's what you're getting at.
well, I also want to know, did in that typed statement, I'm not sure if you remember reviewing it, didn't Officer Grubb say he was
Excuse the fuck you?
Aiming for center mass?
I believe I recall reading that, yes.
And in your review of the Officer Grubb body-worn video, would you agree that in order to aim for center mass, the hands of Takaya Young would have been visible to Officer Grubb? Well, let me ask you this to be more fair.
Sure.
In the video of
Oh,
Officer
we're fair
Grubb,
now.
did you see Takaya Young's hands on the steering wheel?
I recall
getting
seeing one of them.
this
I
in
believe it was
standby.
the left hand.
Would you also agree that a hand or hands on the steering wheel would have been in the same view as the center mass of Takaya Young?
Now you're getting into shooter perception, and I believe Connor said that he doesn't remember using his sights, which is quite common for a shot that close. So I couldn't say. I think there's a lot going on. There's a gun in the way. There's a moving vehicle. There's moving hands. Whether or not he saw them or not, I don't know.
But the placement of Takaya Young, her body, and her hands, that is captured on Officer Grubb's body-worn camera. Would you agree with that?
I recall seeing one of the hands, yes.
And is it your testimony that Connor Grubb wasn't actually taking steps to match the car's speed and direction?
No, I don't believe that to be true.
Any more? We have her ready.
I have no further questions.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Madam Procedure, with the court's permission, I'm going to do it from the elbow. Jeffrey, your doctor can see. You can see me, correct?
I can.
Okay. Let's start where the prosecutor left off. When you watched the video with body-worn camera of Connor Grubb, how many times did you watch that, doctor?
At least a dozen.
How many times did you slow it down frame by frame?
Actually, not too many. I extracted the frames and looked at the frames frame by frame.
Okay, so you looked at it frame by frame over time, over dozens of situations, correct? Reviewing it, right?
In the analysis, correct.
And you were able to observe things based on those dozens of times looking at it. Connor didn't have that opportunity to look at it a dozen times, did he?
No, sir.
Connor didn't have the opportunity to go frame by frame, did he?
No, sir.
And you have no idea what Connor saw in that situation other than the report he wrote, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you don't even interpret what someone's potential intent might be because that's not, you can't observe someone's intent, correct?
I would agree.
It's just this Monday morning quarterbacking is just
Ms. Stevens is
horrible.
going to set something up. I'll ask some other questions, okay? While she's doing that.
Okay.
Doctor, does it change your opinion that you used a 2021 technology versus 2022 technology in any way, shape, or form of what you observed based on your expertise and your two conclusions?
No, sir. I have taken many courses using Input ACE. It was a forensically valid tool back then, and so it's a forensically valid tool now. It just happens to have some updated features, I would presume.
Doctor, in terms of why was it so important for you to start your analysis with continuous movement? Explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury again what that means and why you chose that aspect.
Because that would have been the point at which contact occurred. It's conceivable that if someone lurches a car forward and then stops it, that they're going to remain stopped if there's a human in front.
Thank you. Let's do a little wordplay now. It seems like there's wordplay here, okay?
Bye, Fran.
Okay.
Conclusion number one was you indicated that he didn't have time to get out of the way. Does get out of the way also mean sidestepping?
Yes, sir.
Does get out of the way mean avoidance?
0.47 seconds.
Yes, sir.
Does anything in your report or your scientific conclusions have any bearing on the term avoidance versus getting out of the way and things like that? Correct?
Correct.
In your world, is a crash reconstructionist the same as a vehicle reconstructionist and the dynamics of it?
Yes, sir.
Do they mean the same thing?
Yes, sir.
How dare you not use the words that the prosecutor used? Are you aware of that, sir? Are you required to use the words the prosecutor uses?
I'm not.
You're the expert in this field, not us, correct?
I'd like to think so, with 15 years of experience in education.
The prosecutor indicated you didn't put all the unlimited possibilities with regards to those injuries on the shins, right?
Right. It was consistent with what I was analyzing, and I didn't use the word possible.
If you take it in a vacuum and you say, hey, how can these be caused in and of itself? There could be possibilities of different things, correct?
Of course.
If you add to it the video of him being hit by the car that's on there, as well as his statement that he got hit by the car, do you use your common sense to say, yeah, that's what happened, right?
I really messed that one up.
It's consistent with that information, yes.
And consistency in your analysis and engineering and your expertise is corroboration, correct?
It is.
Cooperation and consistency is not a coincidence, correct, doctor?
I'm here for the trial.
If there's 3 requirements
I'm ready.
to create an injury, and we have multiple videos that confirm that contact, it's a scenario that you can't deny.
Hypothetically, there's a picture of Sergeant Moynihan in this case with blood on his leg. Okay, you with me?
Yes, sir.
There's a picture of Connor Grubb in this case with blood on his leg. Neither of those legs and the fabric is torn on the legs. Okay? Are you with me?
I believe that to be Titus blood, yeah.
Hypothetically, Connor Grubb tells people, I got hit in the shin area, right? Hypothetically, they both were kneeling on the glass doing life-saving measures, both Sergeant Moynihan and Connor Grubb. You with me?
I am.
Sergeant Moynihan, hypothetically, was doing life-saving measures 3 or 4 times as long as Connor Grubb in the exact same area with the glass. Are you with me?
I am.
Lo and behold, Sergeant Moynihan has no injuries in his shins. Does that shock you?
It's not surprising. Those pants are thick.
Correct, but
They're meant to be
Grubb
that
had
way.
them, but Moynihan didn't. The difference in the hypothetical is one got struck by a car, one didn't, right?
That is
Correct.
correct.
Yeah, the first one, yeah, that one. I'm sorry. I can't. We're going to share something with you, doctor, and you switch it to her computer. All right. The prosecutor asked you about Sergeant Moynihan's body-worn camera, right? That view's to the side, correct?
It's actually natural.
The views to the side.
I mean, the body-worn camera is facing a certain way, right?
Okay, sure.
And I think you said on cross-examination that it wasn't the best view of his feet. On those feet there, do you see some feet in the air or one definitely in the air?
Yeah, she asked me if both feet were in the air at any time through this view, and I didn't recall it, but again, one foot is clearly in the air, the other foot is on the ground, but on the tippy toes, as I discussed.
Let's take a look at that same foot. What's that? Where's that foot now, doctor?
Tippy toes.
How about the next one, doctor? Off the
That
ground,
appears
right?
off the ground.
Wow.
Off the ground.
So at some point, 2 feet
Wow.
were off the ground, correct?
At some point, I just didn't observe them at the same time.
Understood.
Wow, I am offended. I am offended.
Now, you don't comment on the time that the person walked in front of the vehicle and stood there because it doesn't enter into your analysis, correct?
It's not biomechanically meaningful for what I was asked to determine.
And again, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, would you go over both of your conclusions based on your experience, what you were asked to do, your educational
Objection,
background,
I
and
don't
your
like it.
expertise?
Sure. The first one is about timing and the ability to move out of the travel path of the vehicle. So I'm just going to read verbatim here.
And again, please don't use the word avoidance, okay? Please don't use the word avoidance. Go ahead.
It would not have been possible.
I am
It
offended.
would not have been possible for Officer Grubb to react quickly enough after sensing continuous forward movement of the Lexus driven by Miss Young to move out of the travel path of the vehicle before his lower body was contacted by its front bumper.
So from prior to the bumper contacting him, there was 0.47 seconds, correct?
Correct.
And the study showed that a young person can take a step in 0.53 seconds, correct?
Correct. A single step.
And half the width of the Lexus was 91, correct?
Correct.
And so in order to get past 91, you got to take at least 2 different steps based on his side and weight, correct?
Correct, which was 73 centimeters.
So it's not that complicated, right? There wasn't enough time based on the studies and math and the videos for him to get out of the way, correct?
Correct.
And your second opinion, sir?
Is about injury risk analysis. And I quote, had the Lexus driven by Miss Takaya Young reached a speed of 20 miles per hour or higher while Officer Grubb was being carried on its front hood, he would have been at risk of serious injury, including the possibility of bone fractures and traumatic head injury.
And again, that's a general statement, and you started with 20 miles per hour because that make and model can go to from 0 to 20 in 1.8 seconds, right?
Correct.
1.8 seconds fits into all of these equations, correct? In your time frame that you created, right?
It does. It was possible for that to occur.
But you're not telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that based on any data from the car, anything, that it was going 20 miles an hour, correct?
Correct.
Even at half of it, or 6 or 8 miles an hour, based on the
Maybe are you here?
You have, there was a possible risk of a serious physical injury, right?
Correct.
Real simple. Yes, being hit by a car that's moving, regardless of the speed, there was a possible risk of serious physical injury, correct?
It's obvious, yes.
Doctor, I appreciate your time, and I thank you for being early for this and accommodating both of our schedules.
I'm offended.
Thank you for taking me out of order. Have a good day.
Hold on. Any more questions?
Oh,
I have no further questions.
I bet you fucking don't.
thank you.
Yeah. My dog really doesn't like my wig. Oh, I'm sorry, maybe. I was just going to send you a chat. I want to know if you were here. My husband just texted me and said, nice wig. It only took you 5 years to wear it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch break a little bit early. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you in your presence. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you. We get back here about 1:15, and then we'll start back at 1:30.
All right.
Have a nice lunch. Zoom call and talking over each other.
Did you hear that? Maybe. Maybe. We'll have to see. If he's a good enough boy, I'll wear it. Okay, let me okay. So that was fucking ridiculous. Period. I just stopped taking notes because I was offended. Yeah. Yeah. I need a blue one now. I need a blue one so I can wear it out in public for certain gatherings. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. That was wild. If you are just now watching, you should go back and watch like the last hour. Also, I need to put this in my description of my videos, and I'm actually going to write it down right now. I live in a world of two things. Two things. All caps and 1.5 times speed. I live in that world, and when it comes to my videos, you should too. If you are watching on replay, just go ahead and hit that 1.5 times speed. I couldn't give you any better advice than that. So, for the record, once again, I live in a world of two things, all caps and 1.5 times speed when watching videos. So, if you're on the replay crew, go ahead and bump up that video because I talk a little slow. What? I'm being told that all caps makes YouTube slow or mad. I thought all caps made certain creators mad. Because I've been getting away with this tomfoolery for quite some time, if that's the case. Anyways, I need to write in my description of my videos that people should watch at 1.5 times speed if they're watching on replay. I need to take my headphones off. Sorry, guys. Oh. Woosa. Name that movie. Okay. So, yeah, the last hour was wild, and the government tried to get sassy with a defense witness who was called in out of order because he is unable to testify in the next 2 weeks. So this guy was brilliant. He was able to explain why Connor couldn't move out of the way, and he used his weapon because he was being lifted off the ground and he was in danger of being pancaked. And for those of you who don't know, cars are the most dangerous thing for cops. Sorry. My vernacular will get better as we continue with this. It's not guns, it's not knives, it's cars. So cops take these sort of things quite seriously. And he had 0.47 seconds to get out of the way. And in order for him to have gotten out of the way, he would have had to take 2 steps to his right. He did not have the time or the space to do that. And you know what wasn't even brought up that I think could have been touched on is if you see Moynihan's body cam, I'm quite unclear on what exactly caused this, but Moynihan got caught either in the window or the door. And at one point when she starts to drive off, Moynihan and Grubb run into one another. And I think that probably could have been touched on by this witness. I'm not quite sure why it wasn't. So, wow. Look at that. I mean, I've almost been unalived by 2 car accidents. I was walking into the doctor's office the other day, and I was on my phone. I hate that. I hate that when people aren't paying attention. But I was aware of my surroundings, and thank God I was, because some guy, it wasn't even going forward. Some guy just like, put it in reverse, Terry, and almost ran me down in the parking lot at my medical center. At least I would have been in the right place. Okay, good. I'm glad that this made sense to you as well. Maybe thinks that he was looking directly at the impact. It just, when Jeffrey, this witness, was discussing how much time he would have needed to get out of the way and the steps that were needed to completely get out of the way, even if he took 2 steps to his right, you guys, he still would have collided with Moynihan. If you watch that video, I don't know. I feel like that was kind of left out, but who am I? Well, this has been quite the adventure this morning, and the wig only comes out when there is absolute stupidity, ridiculousness, tomfoolery, and all the bad words going on. Remember, I'm trying to get monetized, so my videos are under review, and I've already cursed like 12 times today. Yep. Exactly. But guys, can you believe that the government said, did you with your own eyes see Officer Grubb get hit by a car and both of his feet leave the ground? And the guy was like, and I love how they did a redirect and the defense showed just that. And it was no surprise to me that she didn't want to ask any further questions. This is where I was going with that. I was surprised that after reflection and hearing that wasn't brought up, but whatever. So per usual, the jurors are on a luxurious 1.5-hour lunch break. I just can't. It's like they wanna draw this out as long as humanly possible. Last night, I was like, "You guys, I can't see the government calling too many more people." They have 70 people on their witness list, and they're going through this shit. Like, yeah, we might be here another 2 weeks. I'm glad that I rescheduled my trip to see my dad, 'cause I just would have been online the whole time, and what use would that be? Yeah, I agree. I agree. I am so glad. I feel good that we, transferred from X to YouTube. I know it's gonna be a slow build, but it's thanks to you guys for sharing and liking, and by sharing, I mean on YouTube, Facebook, Discord, X, Insta, wherever, wherever, with someone that you know would be interested, someone that you know lives in this area, because the implications are grave. They are not just going to affect my community where this happened, they are going to affect state policing and most definitely national policing. This will be used as a precedent, and this will scare other police from being able to do their jobs effectively. So, it is so important to please, please, please like this stream. If you wanna comment, that's even better. You're helping boost the algorithm. If you, like it, and if you share it, and if you aren't subscribed to my YouTube, what are you even doing? It's free. Please and thank you. And, yeah, it's YouTube. My YouTube name is Criminally Confident, and you should be able to find me. Don't type in Lacey Jane. You're welcome in advance. Just don't do it. And the other way, if you wanna support the show, as many of you know from watching yesterday and the day before, I just became monetized on Saturday, and I've gained approximately 150 subs since then. So, some of it was, I would say the majority of it was rallying and having the incredible support of people like Maybe and, White Rabbit Expert, Baker, my old producer. They were a huge part of it, but the other people that have joined in here are here because this case came up on their algorithm. So if you don't think that it matters that you like or share, you are horribly mistaken. It means so much, and it helps get this out to people who care. People in my community who need to know about this. You guys saw the tomfuckery that went on today. Like, don't you think more people should know about this? This was the government. That was the government. That we're supposed to be able to depend on the government to have our best interests as citizens at heart. This was so Marty just mentioned, maybe hold on. Maybe if you look at my name, the white part says my ex name and my YouTube name. So I do have it. But Marty, the city that helped respond to this incident, we lost, I wanna say 20 cops in the last 2 years because of retirement. We had, like, an older force. In my police department, it is very, very, very difficult to get a position in this city. You have to go through it's not normal. You have to go through a personality assessment, and they focus on that, I would say more so than experience, because the mindset is that you can always be taught the skills, right? But you can't be taught to not be a piece of shit. And we want good officers representing our community and helping keep us safe. So the application process is long. And I feel like it has just been really, really, really difficult to fill these spots. And I'm not going to name names. I'm not even going to give positions, but one of um it's a running joke. He's like my red hot crush, real life crush is someone who works potentially in this department. It's a joke with my husband, like, guys, so just relax. So he is like working rookie hours, and he's not a rookie because there's such a need for officers where we live, and it's been extremely difficult to find the talent. And by talent, I mean people willing to become officers. Oh, thank you. No, it's totally fine. You know, what helps just as much as money is sharing, because that means we get more eyes, that means we get people to subscribe, and that means we get, it's a matter of quality over quantity. And it took me a while to understand that with my business when I started it from scratch back in like 2018. And I discussed this yesterday. I really had issues comparing myself to other people, but you low and slow is the way to go, like, and just build yourself up. Build yourself up. Hi, Judge. Um, Not a hall pass because it's actually a real person that I know. But my like hall pass celebrity is Vince Vaughn. I think Vince Vaughn is like the funniest, sexiest man when it comes to celebrities, and people think that's like wild. That's my thing. Um okay. An officer in my town was explaining to me that in the past cops stayed forever because to get a transfer spot opening in desirable cities was near to none. Now it's another reason highly violent. So, Marty, one of my very close friends joined Cleveland Metro in 2020, and she has seen personally, as in been on the scene and seen 3 of her colleagues die. As someone who would go do dumb drunk stuff with her in our early 20s, I can tell you the toll I've seen it take on her mental and just overall well-being. It's awful. It's awful. And there's like 3 of us. I met her through my best friend. So there's A, who's in the middle, and this girl and I, and we met through A. And now the 3 of us are really close, and A and I were talking about how scary it's been to see this dramatic change in her, and she's just we know she loves her job, but oh my god, it's coming at such a price. Yeah. So, we treat our officers really good in my city. It's just a matter of getting on the force because there's such high criteria in my city, and I like it that way. I think that's the way it should be. So we have less turnover in terms of and we have less incidents, like human relations incidents. I'm looking at it right now. I have my I went through the police academy, like Citizens Police Academy in the city where I live, and I have my name tag right across from me. I'll have to show you guys when we come back from lunch. But yeah, this is just wild. And one of you guys aren't going to believe this. So one of the responding agencies that day was Minerva Park, right? That guy testified on the first day, I believe. And Minerva Park back in May had 2 officers get shot in the line of duty. And because of how small their department is, that was 10% of their workforce. And everyone was having to pull doubles. Like, can you, and not even to mention the morale, knowing your 2 friends that you work next to every single day got shot. Ugh, just awful, awful, awful. So court, I believe he said it starts back up at 1:15. I am going to use this time, I think, to get the membership stuff set up. And wow, that's awful, Marty. Marty said, we've had 20-something officers lose their lives this past year. Had 3 homicides within 2 blocks of my house in the past few months. I'm so sorry. That's so awful. My whole family's from Northeast Ohio. That's why I love Cleveland. All right. Did I say Northwest? I meant to say Northeast. I don't know. I am going to have a grilled cheese and leftover chili for lunch. I don't know what you guys are having, but you should drop it in the comments what you guys are having for lunch because I'm very interested. And how do you guys eat your chili? Do you do like sour cream and cheese? That's what I do. I make it as unhealthy as possible. Okay. So I'll plan on seeing you guys around 1. Yeah, I love Cleveland. I felt safer walking around downtown Cleveland than I do in the suburbs. I don't know, guys. It's just like I it's weird. It's weird. I can't explain it. I just love it. And I've lived in the hood in Columbus, believe it or not. Like, when I say hood, I lived in an area where I couldn't get pizza delivered. They wouldn't deliver pizzas. I was the only one, and I'm not kidding. Above and beside me, who was not a felon, and these people watched out for me like I was their kid. They had my back. They were incredible, but the reason they did that, and I didn't know this when I moved in, I was trying to save money, and I didn't wanna commute, like, 35 minutes to work every day, but, there was a homeless encampment behind my where I would park my car, and stray bullets would come in to the apartments. It never happened to me, but I lived there for a year and a half, and I slept on the couch every day. I couldn't sleep in my bedroom, which was closest, like, it was the separating the wall closest to the homeless encampment. And it was it was wild, but I'm glad I experienced it. Thank you, Judge. MVP, MVP, MVP. I am doing a goal before I jump off. I am doing a goal that if I reach $300 before court closes today, then I will do a live stream this weekend, and we can go through every single piece here. I'll show you guys. We can go through all of this, all of the dockets. I can answer live questions. I can dance. Yeah. So Marty just said, Lacey, when I first moved here, my first thought was how clean of a city Cleveland was. I came from LA. That said, certain suburbs with certain demographics are trash like dumps. Isn't that sad? Isn't that sad? I love Cleveland. It's the only place I would move that's cold, because my goal is to move to Florida in the next 5 years. I'm spending the winter there this year. And I would move to Cleveland. That's the only other place I would move to that's cold. Okay, guys. But like I was saying, my goal, if I can get to $300, I will do a live stream, and we can go through all of the things, answer all of the questions. And if you guys can think of anything else that you are interested in learning about, me going over, I can do it. So we are at, and I made a little temperature thingy that, like, to show where we are with donos. So I will do that while we are at lunch, and I will put it in the corner of the screen, so that we can keep track. I believe I have to add in judges, don't know, and from 2 days ago, but I think we are at, like, 170. So we don't have we're, like, halfway there. And, all I'm gonna say is that it's going towards medical stuff. I got a big bill, so it's going towards medical stuff, and I'll leave it at that. And I am going to purchase my headphones this weekend. And yeah, I will be back in an hour. We can chit chat and await the next state witness. Okay, guys, I'm going to put words on stream on. Oops, I don't want to show you guys this information. Hold on. Hold, please. Party mode. Okay. And for the break, I am going to, I might add X back. We'll see. All right, I'll see you guys in an hour. Peace. Okay, we're here. Hello. I hope you all had a nice lunch break. I am just getting this back up on our screen. Well, what in the tarnation? Can y'all hear me? Okay, yes. The news has yet to put up the feed yet. So that is why. Oop. That is why I do not have it up thus far. If y'all saw my setup, you'd just shake your damn heads. It's just a little hillbilly. That's all. Coco. Pearl, come here. Come on, baby. Is that mean kitty chasing you around? Come on. I don't like how the news just waits until like right when it's starting to create the stream. Like, come on. Coco! Come here, Pearl. Pearl. I swear, this cat is chasing my poor Frenchie all over, just being awful. Come here, Pearl. I'm still checking. I don't see anything yet. Man, I was like really focused and getting a short done. Now, granted, it looked kind of janky and not very professional, but I was so close to finishing it, and I was like, oh, well, time for court to start. They are just notoriously late. That guy from the guy that I was showing you earlier that talks about the best things to buy at Sam's Club, dollar store, Target. Part of me, he came back up on my feed, and that guy kills me. He's so funny. I wish I knew his name so I could refer to him. So we're kind of just sitting here waiting. This part of me is like, this is why I wanted to be in the courtroom. But on the other hand, I've gotten a lot of feedback from people thanking me for doing this, and I would not be able to do this if I were reporting from the courtroom. Dag nabbit, I knew I forgot something. I'm gonna wait till this starts again to go grab it. I'm starting to like sense a sinus headache coming on, so I need to go grab my stuff. I'm not just gonna have y'all sitting here doing nothing. I really didn't even get to eat lunch. Nope. Now I'm starting to wonder, like, if I got the time wrong, but he said I'll see you guys back here at 1:15. Um,
Zoom call and talking over each other.
Did you hear that? Maybe. Okay. We'll have to see if he's a good enough boy.
Early for this and accommodating both of our schedules.
I'm
Thank you so much.
offended.
Thank you for taking me out of order. Have a good
Rude.
day.
Hold on, any more questions?
Oh,
I have no further questions.
I bet you fucking don't.
thank you.
Yeah. My dog really doesn't like my wig. Oh, I'm sorry, maybe. I was just going to send you a chat. I want to know if you were here. My husband just texted me and said, nice wig. It only took you 5 years to wear it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch break a little bit early. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you in your presence. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you. We get back here about 1:15, and then we'll start back at 1:30.
All right.
We'll have a nice lunch.
There we go. All right. We're back in business. Yeah, I considered that, but I got the time wrong. There I go, making things up that aren't real. That's my thing. They're going to get started around 1:30. So the countdown on here says what? 8 minutes and 45 seconds remaining, but why does my face look so airbrushed? I don't have that feature on. Maybe it's my camera. I don't know. I mean, I have good skin, don't get me wrong, but I did no airbrushing this morning. It might be good lighting. I use on my ring light, I use yellow lighting instead of white lighting. I just think it's better. Turns out better. Oh, I didn't add I made this, which you can hardly see, but I am at $167. So the goal is to get to 300, excuse me, before the end of court today. And that's from that's from Monday till now. Well, thank you so much. I spent the lunchtime trying to work on shorts, and I got the membership thing submitted. Now they have to go over it to review it, and then once that's set up or approved, memberships, but they have to approve that, which I was not aware of. So there is that. And then I was working on a short, which I this is just not my thing. Not my thing. But I recognize the importance of it, like being able to do short form content. I'm more of a long haul kind of gal. I hear that cat. I feel so bad for my puppy. And thank you. Maybe, yes, I do. There is a headphone fund because these, just bad amateur choices. Oh, what do we do in court? I will. Yeah, I feel like there's an hour's worth of content for shorts from earlier today. That was wild. I do have a meeting tonight, so I don't know how much I'm going to be able to get done before tonight.
And are we doing the
Here we
coroner
go.
or the Austin?
The coroner.
And have you advised the family as to when and where you're going to show those photos?
We had advised the family, all family members are aware the coroner is going to be the next witness. We advised the family, our recommendation is to not be in courtroom.
It's a public courtroom, they're allowed to be here. You can just give it to
I'll be right back.
And is there anything else we need to put on the record prior to bringing in the jury?
No, Your Honor, I think
Woohoo! That was close.
Okay, let's go get jury.
All rise.
You all had a nice lunch? Any further witnesses on behalf of the state?
Your Honor, the state will call Dr. Ken Harshbarger.
Little maze to come around here.
Been through it before.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm under penalty of perjury you testify in this case to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Have a seat. Pull yourself up close to the microphone.
Sir.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, can you please tell us your full name?
Sure. My name is Dr. Kent Harshbarger, which is Harshbarger.
Where are you employed, sir?
I am employed in a couple different places, but I'm the elected coroner in Montgomery County, Ohio. I'm a forensic pathologist. And then I'm a deputy coroner here in Franklin County, Ohio. And I have a practice where we do contract with coroners, typically in Indiana.
How long have you been working as a forensic pathologist, sir?
I graduated from my fellowship in 2001, so over 20 years.
Your Honor, it's my understanding there may be a stipulation.
Absolutely, we stipulate to the qualities and credentials of the Dr. that he has upon complete course and his opinion as a forensic pathologist.
Okay. With that, Your Honor, I'd ask the court's permission to have him tendered as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
He can render his opinions.
Thank you. Doctor, I want to direct your attention back to August of 2023. Can you share with us, were you working as a pathologist here in Franklin County at that time?
Yes.
And what was your position in Franklin County at that time?
At that time, I was the chief deputy coroner. So the coroner, the elected official in Franklin County, hired me as the chief deputy. So I was administrating the office and basically running the pathology department, the autopsy suite, and the investigation.
As it relates to this particular matter, Dr. Harshbarger, did you have occasion to perform an autopsy or post-mortem procedure on an individual by the name of Takaya Young?
Yes.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen when and where did that take place?
The exam took place August 25th, 2023 at the Franklin County Forensic Science Center.
During the course of your examination, doctor, did you cause photographs to be taken?
I did, yes.
And would those photographs assist you in your testimony before the jury today?
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
You may.
Doctor, I'm going to show you as a group, first off, what have been marked as State's Exhibits 73 through 80. And I'll just ask you to look at those as a group if you would.
This is gonna suck. Just because she was pregnant, that's like, it's
Yes, sir.
awful.
Do you recognize those?
I do, yes.
Are those fair and accurate photographs of the images that were taken during your autopsy of Miss Young?
They are, yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish. And doctor, before we get there, let me ask you, at the time that you came into contact with Miss Young's body back on August 25th, can you share with us what was her approximate age, height, and weight?
21 years, 21 years old, 222 pounds and 5 feet 7. Yes, 5 feet 7,
They're not gonna show anything. It's just
67 inches.
That's 5 feet 7 that you said?
Yes.
us.
I want to direct your attention, doctor, to first what we're looking at is State's Exhibit 73. What are we looking at in this photograph?
It's one of the photographs we use for, we call it identification. So the case number is in the image, which is hard with the glare, but it's 233617. So that's on the label. So most pictures will self-identify with the case number, but it's with her facial features. So it's her at the time of the exam. We haven't done anything. It's just starting. It has medical intervention visible in the image, bandage on the left, breathing tube,
I was gonna say
cardiac
it's
monitor
good.
pads, and then the injury will be more clear, but to the left lateral breast.
This is how Miss Young presented at the coroner's office from the hospital, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
State's 74. Can you share with us, and for the record, I should probably note that we have an image blacked out or blurred for purposes of perspective of Miss Young, but having said that, can you tell us what are we looking at in this image?
State's Exhibit 74 is a camera shot from her left side. So looking at the left forearm, left upper chest, the face is in the image. And with the case number 233617. Along the left arm, and when any forensic pathologist uses dimensions or directions, it's always related to a particular position. It's called the standard anatomic position. If you picture a mannequin looking forward and the hands to the side with the palms forward, all my dimensions or locations are related to that. So you're looking at what would be the posterior medial, the inside pinky side of the left forearm. This is the medial side. I say that because it looks like it's outside, but it's because the arm, when I describe it, is turned palm forward. So there is small abrasions across the medial side of the left forearm in this image. And then the gunshot wound in the lateral left breast is also depicted in the image.
When you describe an injury or injuries as abrasions, doctor, that's a medical term, is that correct?
Yes.
What do you mean by the term abrasion?
Sorry, I usually do that. Abrasions are classified as what's known as a blunt force injury, so of which there are abrasions and contusions. Contusion is a bruise. An abrasion is when the superficial layers of skin are scraped away or are torn away. So they're small superficial injuries of the skin, scraping or scratching basically of the skin, or in this case, embedded in the skin.
I want to ask you, hypothetically speaking, doctor, if Ms. Young is seated in the driver's seat of a vehicle and there's a bullet that comes through the front windshield, would the glass from that bullet through the windshield be consistent with causing these types of injuries?
Yes.
How so?
It's called an intermediate target.
No
When
one
a
is this.
bullet is traveling and hits an intermediate target, it will accelerate fragments of that intermediate target the same as the bullet. So as it goes through, such as glass, small pieces of glass will fly accelerated with the bullet in the same direction, going out in a cone from that entrance defect. It could also be pieces of the bullet. So any intermediate target can give pieces, or the bullet can start to fragment, and it's pieces of the bullet.
The fact that the abrasions, albeit from glass or pieces of the bullet or what have you, are on, I think you said pinky side of the arm.
Correct.
Does that tell us that the arm would have been facing where the bullet comes through?
Yes, that aspect of the forearm has to be towards the intermediate target.
State's Exhibit 75, doctor. What are we looking at here?
75 is now you're looking straight at the left arm. So it's the lateral left upper arm. This is the focus case numbers in the image for reference. The breast is to the top of the screen, back is to the bottom of the screen. And in the mid aspect of the lateral left upper arm are small abrasions. It's the same type of injury we just talked about.
Again, could be consistent with that particles of glass that you described earlier.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 76, doctor. What are we looking at in this photo?
76 is now a close-up of the gunshot wound itself to the lateral left breast.
And as it relates to the wound we see in 76, were you able to determine what type of wound this was?
Yes, this is a gunshot wound.
And when I say that, I mean, is it an entrance wound, an exit wound?
This is a gunshot wound of entrance.
How are you able to determine that, sir?
There are several ways to determine a gunshot wound of entrance. One is we do x-rays prior to the exam, so I know there's a projectile inside the body, and I know there's only one defect, so it has to be an entrance wound. The other way we look to determine an entrance wound is called a marginal abrasion. As the bullet's traveling, it's spinning, and it strikes the surface of the skin first, so it creates an abrasion, and then it'll penetrate. So every entrance wound should have what's called a marginal abrasion, which is that small rim of pink reddish tissue below the skin, but adjacent to the defect itself. So it'll abrade the skin and then penetrate, which creates a gunshot wound of entrance.
Is this particular wound irregular in shape at all?
It is a little elongated compared to what you would think of as a round, typical bullet entrance defect, partly because of the breast shape, but also because of the intermediate target. So it's one of two things, the shape and stretching from the breast itself, or the bullets tumbling or spreading out.
Tumbling through the air, are you talking about?
Correct.
What would cause a bullet to tumble?
The intermediate target. So it's, well, a couple things. One, it's so far out in its distance of travel that it's losing its energy. So it starts to wobble and turn because it's not staying true on its axis, or an intermediate target has disrupted it.
By intermediate target, the windshield of the car be an intermediate target.
Yes.
Did you do an internal examination of this young?
Yes.
And in doing so, can you tell us, doctor, what was the path of travel of the bullet once it entered her chest?
Sure. It is from her. So again, using directions, it's always in reference to her in that position. So it's from her left to right, front to back, and downward. And it goes through the breast soft tissues. It enters the chest through the anterior aspect of left rib 5. It then strikes the heart, goes in the front and out, sort of the left, the right atrial area of the heart. It nicks the esophagus, which is the swallowing tube, and then hits the vessel called the aorta, with the major vessel running along the spine from the top of the heart down, hits the aorta, and then it lodges in the spine at the thoracic vertebra number 10. So T10 is where the bullet lodged.
I want to ask you, doctor, you mentioned that along its path of travel through Miss Young's body, the bullet struck the heart.
Yes, sir.
Center mass.
There was an entry and an exit.
So it passed through the heart.
Yes.
As a result of the bullet passing through Miss Young's heart, can you tell us what type of injury or effect would that have had?
Sure. The main effect is bleeding. You have the heart is pumping all the blood in the body, so blood is now able to escape the vascular system. You can have arrhythmias from the tissue damage itself affecting the heart, but most significantly because you're no longer able to pump blood through the system, you lose blood pressure. You bleeding loss and you lose blood pressure.
Would that happen rapidly?
It would happen very rapidly.
Please don't bite me.
The injury to the heart, the bullet holes to the heart, would those have been fatal injuries in and of themselves?
Yes.
No, you may not have my turkey sandwich.
States 77.
Don't.
Can you orient us where on the body we're looking at here?
Sure. This is States Exhibit 77. The left arm, we're looking mainly at the upper lateral portion of the left breast, but the left arm is in the bottom right of the image. So it's just, this is the upper edge of the gunshot wound we saw. I'm pointing to the left mid aspect of the image. And above that, we have more abrasions on the breast surface skin itself, as we talked about for the arm, left arm. There's also now abrasions around the entrance wound on the breast. But these contain actual fragments.
When you say fragments, are we talking about fragments of broken glass or fragments of something else?
The fragments of metal, likely the projectile.
When you say the projectile
Bullet.
Based on your experience, if a bullet passes through a hard object, albeit a windshield or some other intermediate hard object, is it common that the bullet will fragment, or at least portions of the bullet may fragment?
Yes.
Was this, and I think, I want to make sure are we talking about the image that's circling here?
Yes.
Kind of see a metallic thing in the center there?
Yes.
You may not.
Was that collected at the time of autopsy, the fragment I'm talking about?
I can't. A fragment was collected. I don't know if it was this fragment.
Thank you.
You mentioned after traveling through the heart of the bullet, I believe you said, and you correct me if I misheard you, struck the aorta.
It did exit the heart, esophagus, then aorta. Yeah.
Since 78. What are we looking at here?
78 is now, it's part of the internal exam. The heart, lungs have been removed as part of the autopsy. The aorta is running along the surface of the spine, which is here. Feet are to the right, head is to the left. Aorta defect, so that's a round tube that now is disrupted. You can see the opening, and then the projectile I'll highlight with the pointer is just below that opening and in the spine.
When you say projectile, just because we're using different terms, I think I've used the term bullet. That's the bullet that you just circled, lodged in the spine.
Correct, the bullet, yes.
When the bullet struck the aorta, albeit causing the defect or the hole that we see, what's the result of that?
Same as the heart, blood loss, excuse me, immediate blood loss, and along with that, no longer able to keep blood pressure.
Are we talking about additional blood loss on top of the blood loss that's already occurred through the heart?
Technically, yes. But
No.
once you have the hole in the heart, you're not moving blood forward as much as this wound would be fatal, but we also have a defect in the heart. So I can't really say how much blood's moving forward that would come out of the aorta. But yes, this is going to bleed, and this wound is also fatal
In and of itself.
in and of itself.
I want to ask you, doctor, because you talked about the blood loss, albeit from the heart and or the aorta injury. Did you determine the total amount of blood loss to Ms. Young?
In a general estimating type for fashion, there is, at the autopsy, there was still 800 milliliters of blood left in the chest cavity, so around the lung, and there was 100 milliliters estimated around the heart. So 900 milliliters of blood was still in the chest cavity. There was some medical intervention. They didn't document in the record how much blood they recovered, but there was 900 still within the body.
Is that approximately 20% of her blood?
And a typical person, a liter or 1,000 milliliters would be 20% blood volume, which is lethal.
You mentioned earlier in the testimony that this blood loss would have occurred very rapidly.
Yes,
Drop in the blood pressure associated with that. I'm assuming.
yes.
As a result of the blood loss and drop in blood pressure, what would that have done to the consciousness of the machine?
Once blood pressure is lost, consciousness will be lost. And the typical, in 10 seconds, 10, 15 seconds with an aorta injury and heart injury, you're no longer getting blood flow because you don't have blood pressure. And so consciousness is lost relatively quickly. The brain needs blood, but it needs it for the energy, not oxygen. It needs it for oxygen, but it's quicker. It needs sugar quicker, and it'll become unresponsive, lose consciousness in relatively short period of time, 10, 15 seconds at maximum.
Oh my God, this cat.
You mentioned that the bullet doctor came to rest, and we saw the photo a few moments ago.
Just lay down.
Thoracic spine.
Yes,
As a result of coming to rest, did it actually impact the spine?
the spinal column, the bony aspects of the spine, it would probably, at least temporarily, injure the spinal cord because of the force. That might be temporary. I can't say if it's a permanent injury, but the shock wave would at least
I'll be
temporarily
back.
inhibit signals through the spinal
Don't
cord,
go.
in my opinion.
When you say inhibit
Stop.
the signals to the spinal cord, is that paralysis?
Yes,
Of what portion of the machine's body?
everything from the brain connection down past that level, so the legs,
Meaning she would not have been able to move her limbs.
temporarily at least.
Were you aware at the time of autopsy that Ms. Young was correct?
Yes,
Did you make observations and examination of the fetus that she was carrying?
yes,
State's Exhibit 79. Obviously, we're looking at the fetus in this photo. Is that fair to say?
that's fair. Yes, it is.
Were you able to make a determination as to the gestational age of the fetus?
In an estimated fashion. So we, as pathologists, rely on measurements of the fetus, measurements of the placenta weight, the fetus weight. And as I estimated at the time of autopsy was 25 to 28 weeks.
How is that done? Is it just measurements?
Just measurements, yeah.
Did you,
What?
Did you review medical records associated with the pregnancy as well?
Yes,
Did those medical records support a 25 to 28 week gestational age?
yes. The visit, the only records we could find were a little less than a week prior to this incident. And at that visit, she was felt to be 27 weeks and 2 days.
Were there, based on your examination, any abnormalities as it relates.
Okay. Apparently, of course, I walked away at the worst possible moment. So I am pausing because I am the keeper of the records. She was the only one that knew she was pregnant, and she was 6 months along. Is that what I missed?
To the development of the fetus in this case.
Not in externally or in the placenta that I found.
Based on your examination and observations of the fetus, doctor, were there any signs that the fetus had already died in the womb prior to the shooting?
I had no signs of that. That's called maceration. When a fetus would die in utero, instead of using a term that's less precise, but decomposition, maceration is the term that's used, and this child has no evidence of maceration.
Based on your examination and observations, doctor of the fetus, did you form an opinion as to whether or not, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, the fetus would have been viable?
Is my opinion the fetus would have been viable,
And when we say viable, what does that mean?
able to survive outside the womb, but that's not, this child would need medical support
Yeah.
at that young, but could survive outside the womb with medical support.
State's Exhibit 80, doctor, can you tell us what we're looking at in this photograph?
This is the
One.
a label, it's the bullet and the fragment that was recovered at the time of autopsy with labeling 233617, the case number and her name. And where I recovered a bullet from T10 spine with a fragment from left breast surface.
So we can see on the sticker, you indicated actual locations where each of these items was recovered from Michelle's body.
Correct.
Yeah, approach him. Doctor, I'm going to hand you what I've has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 72. And I'll ask you to take a look at that. It's been previously opened by a prior witness.
Sure.
But first, tell us, do you recognize the markings on it?
Sure. Again, it matches our markings, fire projectile bullet from T10 spine with fragment from left breast surface from autopsy of young, turned over to CST Gill.
I'll ask you to, if there's clips holding it shut. You can remove those clips and just take the contents out, doctor.
Yes, sir.
And for the record, can you share with us what have you removed from the envelope?
Inside the envelope is our standard packaging material with the case label, number 233617, her name, the same description, same label that's imaged there. And then my signatures on the back of the sample box. Also with the sample, which these were in the box as we packaged them, obviously they've been processed, is the projectile that I recovered from the spine, and then the small fragment from the surface of the left breast.
And the projectile or bullet and the fragments that you removed there, are they in the same or substantially the same condition as they were when they would have been removed from the show?
Yes.
As you put those back in the envelope, then, doctor, if you would. Dr. Harshbarger, based on your examination of Takaya Young, were you able to form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to what her cause of death was in this case?
Yes, sir.
And what is your opinion?
Excuse me, gunshot wound of the torso, striking the heart and aorta.
Was there a toxicology screen done of Ms. Young?
Yes, there was.
And can you tell us what is meant by the term toxicology screen?
Testing, toxicology is testing for substances in the bloodstream, basically.
And the purpose of that is what? Is that something that's done in every office?
It's done routinely in 98% of the cases we do. Yeah.
Are you aware of the results of that toxicology?
Yes, I am.
Can you share those with us?
Sure, we've done the screening testing, and then the confirmatory testing revealed THC, or the parent compound of marijuana, and then one metabolite of marijuana.
Would the presence of these, albeit marijuana metabolites that you've spoken to, have any impact on the life of the fetus while in the
No.
Doctor, based on your examination, were you able to form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to what caused the death of the fetus in this case?
Death of the fetus was due to the maternal gunshot wound and then loss of blood flow to the fetus through the placenta.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Attention, attention, attention. An emergency has been reported. All occupants walk to the nearest stairway exit and walk down to your assigned re-entry floor or main lobby.
Oh my God.
Walk to the nearest
All right,
stairway.
you guys, we're going to take you out. Take them back down the back staircase.
What do we do? What do we do?
Attention, attention. An emergency has been reported. All occupants walk to the nearest stairway exit and walk down to your assigned re-entry floor or main lobby.
Why would they shut off the camera? All right, I gotta message someone. Okay. I need my phone for this. Because it didn't say fire, right? I did not hear that. It just said an emergency has been reported. Maybe if I go here, is there a chat for this? No. My next move is to listen to the scanner. Okay, Central Ohio. It is 2:05. This probably happened.
One, two, three, two, two. Can you put me in the area of Allen Creek refugee on a code one from earlier? Allen Creek refugee on paper.
I don't know why it does this.
61 years before you know, community in Worthington. Different device. 91 pixel, we copy. 120. 120. I'm code 4 from guard. He told me I was 6 at East Main Street and Allen Avenue with Union 5344626. Union Allen.
So if you are just tuning in, we were listening to the trial and an alarm started to go off. And it just said an emergency has been detected. Please exit. Yeah, this is precinct 5. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was listening to the right precinct. Let me go to the fire. All CPD dispatch as of like, oh, here we go. Wait, was it like that?
One, two, three, two, two. Can you put me in the area of Allen Creek, the refugee on the code one from earlier? Allen Creek refugee on paper. Still on Boston. Special. Walker. 1-8, you get head transports. We'll change this to 4 notify. On transport. There's what go ahead. Name 36-3. 11:35 there, Flutter. 11:75 there, go ahead. So I'm in with 49, 11:26 with me.
All right. I can't handle that. Okay, let's do Alpha Bravo. See if anything's on their channel. Yeah, this might be it. I don't know.
On the fire from minor 30. We're not getting anything on our meters. On the fire from minor 32.
Hello? I turned off Wi-Fi, even though I know for a fact that doesn't impact it. Just let me do my crazy crap, okay? Damn. Meanwhile, no one has said anything. All right, we're pulling this up. I'm gonna let you guys listen to this. Okay, Lacey, let's focus. No thanks. Okay. Listen, browse feeds. How? Columbus. Oh, right. Oh my goodness. It's that time. Riley awakens.
What thing is full? Liberty Elementary. Two go. What company code? Message received 1404. Thank you.
And that didn't sound like the alarm going off at the courthouse. I know someone who would know. Hold on one second. I don't even care if you guys hear this. I know someone there right now. Hey, Dad, no. I need you to focus. Okay. I need you to. Oh my God. Okay. Don't call me back. I'm okay, bye. What if I was dying? That was my father. Just saying. Other CFD. Central Ohio Fire. Let's see if anything else comes up. You know what? I want to go back. What time do we think that was? Maybe, are you here? You were taking care of something when that happened. It's okay.
Myself, Engine 1, will be around for the high school football field. Captain 491, Engine 491, off for assignment. 7441 Penny Road. 7441 Penny Road. Road Airport Road on vehicle fire. Yeah, that 321 is clear on the stroke upgrade.
This is Delaware County.
Going to fire for minor 32.
Let's check this out.
Respond on 9 EMS 1, Medic 12, 1165 Woodbrook Lane, back pain, cross off Woodbrook Circle North and Apple Ridge Drive. Medic 12. Rescue 101, 519, Highgate Avenue, unknown emergency. Rescue 101, 519, Highgate Avenue, unknown emergency. Close fire, line 32.
Minor 32, go.
Okay, we heard this.
Chief 111. FR is requesting to switch that lane zone to the middle school overflow parking lot.
Copy direct. Stage 1, you copy. Just make it right there at the middle school. Stage 1 is out there for a while. Dispatch medic 493 has arrived at KCH. Well, that's the same mark.
Medic 93, Rescue 91, 6430, Post Road, Convalarium at Indian Run, chest pains.
It's the airfield.
Station 400, Station 400. Course in the nursing station. I have a female 20 years of age, having a nosebleed. Respond on 9 EMS 1, Medic 8, Engine 8, Franklin Park Conservatory, 17.
We're getting closer.
Broad Street, chest pains, cross.
Terminated your SO unit has control of the scene. Police officer unit from service clears from the car. Charge. Central clear from the car. 1403.
Northwest Engine 101. Riverside.
All right. I am offended. You know what? Crazy times call for... Ow! Crazy things. So we're going to match the crazy. I just feel beautiful again. I feel more centered. This is the worst crap.
Respond on 10 Bravo, Engine 1, Engine 9, 364 Broadbelt Lane, auto fire, cross off Huntington Park Lane and Neal Avenue, Engine 1, Engine 9, 364 Broadbelt Lane.
Coco has found the box.
Refund on 9
Happens
EMS
once
1.
stream.
Medic 36. Engine 29. Outpatient care, New Albany.
Okay.
61 on
I could check Twitter.
Refund on 9 EMS 1. Engine 31. 575 Sealand Street. Personal assist.
Yeah, no.
Cross off.
Okay. So this was absolutely of zero help. Stop.
Refund on 9 EMS 1. Engine 2.
Press stop. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Franklin County Municipal Court. Let's just type that. Hello, someone pay attention to me. The purpose in making that call was to call my dad, to call my alleged sister, because I know she's there. And I figured he could call and be like, so I heard something's going on, and then just call me. That's how we communicate. We don't. And for the record, it is not my fault. It is not my fault. I am so willing to fess up when I screw up on things, but she is just...
Good afternoon, sir. 9161, you're going to be code 40, Alpini in Worthington. They've been advised.
We've heard this.
9161, we copy. 120. 120. I'm code 4 from guard. Can you put me on the 6 at East Main Street and Allen Avenue with Union 534626? 13. Good afternoon, sir. Go ahead. Afternoon, sir. 130. 131. 133. 134 is coming in. That's 11. You ready with marking? Good afternoon, sir. Go ahead. 10 is 1. 111 is 1. Yeah. 112 is 2. 123 grows, please. 113 is 2. 114 is 1 with the rifle. My IBM is 3035. Copy. 122. Yeah, marking. 122. 2 Victor.
This cat. Coco.
Panic. They have no description of anything we're looking for. Yeah. 124. 124. 1, 2, Butterfly Gardens, starting mileage at 623.
Butterfly Gardens. Sounds nice, but I bet it ain't. Does anyone else's scanners do this? Or is it just Columbus?
Forest Henry Home 3902. For Grant.
Oh, I know who I can message.
Just south of
Oh no, I was wearing my headphones and walked away. Well, this is wild. They had to leave the building. I'm getting the scoop. Okay. This moment has been documented thoroughly. We're going to try. So this was 29.
Dr. Hushbarger, based on your examination of Takaya Young, were you able to form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to what her cause of death was in this case?
Yes, sir.
And what is your opinion?
Excuse me, gunshot wound of the torso, striking the heart and aorta.
Was there a toxicology screen done of Ms. Young?
Yes, there was.
And can you tell us what is meant by the term toxicology screen?
Testing, toxicology is testing for substances in the bloodstream, basically.
And the purpose of that is what? Is that something that's done in every office?
It's done routinely in 98% of the cases we do. Yeah.
Not 99,
Are you aware
98.
of the results of that toxicology?
Yes, I am.
Can you share those with us?
sure we done the screening testing, and then the confirmatory testing revealed THC, or the parent compound of marijuana, and then 1 metabolite of marijuana.
Would the presence of these, albeit marijuana metabolites that you've spoken to, have any impact on the life of the fetus while in the
No.
Doctor, based on your examination, were you able to form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to what caused the death of the fetus in this case?
I went back
Death
too
of the
far.
fetus was due to the maternal gunshot.
Coming up
wound,
like now.
and then loss of blood flow to the fetus through the placenta.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
You may. Okay, it's like here. Yeah.
Attention, attention, attention. An emergency has been reported. All occupants walk to the nearest stairway exit and walk down the assigned re-entry floor or main line. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest
All right,
stairway.
you guys can get, we're gonna take you out.
Okay.
Back down the back stairs.
I just got a text. I'm just shocked. This seems horribly irresponsible and inconvenient and all the things, but I was just told by someone there's a fire drill. That's what they're being told. This is one of the people that doesn't want to be a known source. So I have to be cryptic. It just seems like, I mean, I get that they have to have fire drills, but what? It just seems like you're asking for problems. I specifically asked my father not to call me. I said, okay, well, don't call me. I'm on the street. And he's calling me. And I can't answer. Oh, 100%. I'm happy that there is a fire drill now instead of during a blizzard when it's like, I think it's supposed to be like 55 degrees outside, but it's the fact that there's jurors in there, and that just seems like a recipe to cause issues, whether it be other people talking to the jurors, whether it be the jurors being filmed. I don't know. This is something that I would have, as like the person in charge, I would have decided to do on, Christmas Eve or at like the day before Thanksgiving when there really aren't trials going on. Like, are they even going to continue? My phone doesn't recognize me, you guys. I asked if this person knows whether they're going to continue today.
Cross-examination.
Very, very good. Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
Just one or two comments.
Oh, here we go.
Thank you for being here. What do you like better, Franklin County or Montgomery County?
Ooh, not doing that on the record.
All right. So in toxicology, there was some THC or marijuana, and it wasn't a de minimis amount, it wasn't a huge amount, right? It's
Correct.
5.3 mgs per milliliter. Right?
Correct.
Okay. Can't tell if it's chronic use, daily use, or anything like that.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I like talking about this, but I'm going to mess it up. The anatomically correct human being that was first started by Da Vinci, right?
Yes.
Okay, and it's that picture that we see, the drawing of the person like this.
Yes.
So when you do directions, your directions are based on that exam.
Correct.
So when you say left to right, do the left rest, and downwards, right?
Yes.
That means if the person was in this position, okay, if the person was in this position, it would be left to right and downwards, correct?
Yes.
So that would mean the bullet would have to come from this angle.
Yes. More her left. Yes.
Yes, okay. Now, if the person was, but you can't tell.
I agree.
Your path isn't based on if the person's bent over, if the person's like that. So in facing you, the trajectory would have to be from here, left to right down, correct?
Correct.
But if I'm turned this way, then in theory, a little bit this way, then it could come from where you are.
Correct.
If I'm turned this way, then it could come from that end.
Correct. The relationship has to stay the same, but whatever the body is, that direction is changed.
Absolutely. And then the intermediate issue that you talked about with the windshield, that can change the path of a bullet, correct?
Correct. Correct.
And so whether a person is like this, it could still be this, left to right from right there, as well as this, left to right from over that way.
Correct.
Okay. And so you can't say the position of the body or where the gunshot came from. You can only follow it from the entrance room and extrapolate out a little bit, and then you go it through the body.
Correct.
Okay. I think that's all I have for you, Doctor. Thank you so much.
Any regret?
No, thank you.
All right, step down, take your stuff with you, leave all that stuff there.
Just thinking about the ponytail girl.
Further witnesses on behalf of the state?
Yes, you are.
Then we approach it.
Meg? What?
They need to use the restroom because apparently that couldn't have been done on the way back from the fire drill. Am I just too hard on people? Is it me?
The next witness would be Matthew Austin. Matthew Austin? Yeah, Matthew Austin.
He was the guy in charge.
Go through the little maze around here.
Oh my God, him and the maze comments.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury your testimony in this case will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. I swear. Have a seat. Pull yourself up close to the microphone.
Pinky promise.
You may inquire.
Thank you. In a loud, clear voice, please tell us your first and last name spelling both.
Matthew Austin, Matheustin.
Ms. Claypool, you may want to remove the evidence. Yeah.
Where are you currently employed?
I'm a special agent at BCI, the Bureau for Criminal Investigation.
As a special agent with BCI, are you assigned any specific roles?
Yes, I am a full-time crime scene special agent. That is a full-time assignment. That is my main and really only role at BCI, is to process crime scenes.
How long have you been with BCI?
It will be 6 years this December.
Let's take you backwards. Were you law enforcement prior to joining BCI?
Yes. Before working at BCI, I worked at the Ohio University Police Department in Athens, Ohio. I was there for just about 8 years and a detective
Oh,
there
you,
for
oh,
my
yeah.
last 6 years.
After that position at the Athens, is it Athens City?
Ohio University Police Department.
Get it right.
Did
Come
you
on.
go into another police agency, or is that when you went to BCI?
I went from Ohio University Police Department to BCI.
Way
Did
to
you
friggin' go,
crime
man.
scene work for BCI? Did you do any of that type of work in your prior employment at the university?
A little bit, but it's pretty apples to oranges. As a detective, you wear lots of hats. In my current role, all I do is process crime scenes.
What is your education?
I have a bachelor's degree and 2 master's degrees. Both of the masters are from Ohio University. Recreation and sociology.
When you joined
Where I have
BCI,
all
was it
my
for the
degrees from
purpose
as
of
well.
becoming a crime scene investigator?
Yes,
Did you have training before you joined BCI?
I had some.
Did you receive training after you joined BCI?
Yes, a lot.
Can you tell us about that?
So our on-the-job training, our FTO, lasts about a year. In that time, I spent mentoring under senior agents, learning on the job, as well as attending a variety of training. So within the first year or 2, I attended at least 80 hours of specific bloodstain training, at least 80 hours of specific shooting incident reconstruction training. And then somewhere around a year and a half in, I spent 10 weeks at the National Forensic Academy, which is in Tennessee, and that's a full-time residential program.
That's like the farm of dead people.
What is that?
Field training officer.
I don't know who you are, but I like you, John.
If I could direct your attention to August 24th.
Oh, you, oh, yeah.
2023, were you employed by BCI at that time?
I was.
And were you called out to the scene at the Kroger located at 4991 South Sunbury Road?
Yes, I was.
For what reason were you sent there?
The preliminary information was pretty brief, but I remember being told that there was an officer involved critical incident or shooting that happened in the Kroger parking lot.
And do you then respond to that Kroger?
I did, yes.
Do you recall approximately what time you would have arrived at the Kroger?
It was a little bit after or before 9 o'clock in the evening, 9 p.m.
Tell us when you get there, what is the state of the scene as you see it?
So there was a lot of first responders, a lot of police cars, a lot of people in uniform. There were multiple portions of the parking lot, which was a large business district, but included mainly the Kroger and some smaller shops as well, along with a gas station. And there were multiple rings of crime scene tape preventing access to the scene.
What do you do when you first arrive?
Every case is a little bit different. I probably talked with somebody, whether it was a Blendon Township officer or someone else from BCI, just to get a little lay of the land. But really my job is to document and collect, not talk to people. So pretty quickly, I started documenting the scene through photography.
Were there any other BCI crime scene investigators working with you at the Kroger location?
No.
Were there
Sorry,
other crime
guys.
scene investigators assigned to the case?
Yes, we typically do a form of divide and conquer.
And in this case, who was dividing and conquering with you?
Special Agent Cassandra Tackett.
And were you
Who
keeping
also
contact with
worked
Kroger
at
at all
Athens
when you were doing
Police?
your job at Kroger?
I don't recall specifics. Usually, no. Usually, we're both very busy, or sometimes there's 3 or 4 of us. We've got gloves on, we've got equipment. We're usually not pulling gloves on and off just to talk to each other. We'll brief each other when the time is right.
With respect to the scene, I think you mentioned that you document by photography. So that did happen in this case?
Yes.
Hold on, guys. Sorry. Ah, shoot. Never mind.
Your Honor, may I approach this witness? Special Agent Austin, I'm going to hand you State's Exhibits 8 through 39. Take a look through them, let me know when you're done.
My goodness.
Familiar with the contents contained within 8 through 39?
Yes, I am.
In general, what is this packet?
They are a sampling of the photographs I took that evening.
And are they all fair and accurate to what your actual observations were on August 24th, 2023?
Yes, they are fair and accurate.
And if I may publish them as he testifies, so we can go through his observations.
You may.
Starting with State's Exhibit 8. What are we seeing here?
We are seeing a black four-door Lexus that is underneath a pedestrian walkway. Just on the very left, you can kind of see the blue door. That was where the Kroger employees would come in and out of for the click list pickup. The pharmacy is to the right of there, which would be north, and the main Kroger entrance is further to the right.
No.
Special Agent Austin, I believe there should be a laser pointer up there
Yes.
with a big post-it note that says the button. It might help to direct our attention to some of the things you're talking about. So the click list, can you tell us again where that entrance is in State's Exhibit 8?
Here on the left,
And then when you say the RX, is that walk-up RX window?
yes, it's not in this photograph, but it was over to the right.
There are some yellow, I call them placards with numbers on them. What's the purpose of those?
So when I've made the decision to collect evidence, they get numbered with a tent or a placard to make shorthand. We also make paper inventories. And so item 2 is shorthand for what item 2 is. This would not be the first photograph taken in the sequence. All the initial photos are before anything gets touched, labeled, or moved. This photograph would be partway through processing. I've identified item 2, which is here, and then item 3, which is over here.
2 being what?
From this picture, you wouldn't know, but item 2 is a collection of first aid supplies, a white sheet, lots of packaging, various medical intervention tools. And then item 3 is a floral, like peach colored, pink colored bag with suspected bullet holes, suspected blood stains, and bottles of tequila.
State's Exhibit 9, this is the same Lexus we just saw in State's Exhibit 8.
It is.
And what is it that you were documenting through this photograph?
Again, just telling the story of what the condition of the scene was. This is, again, before I've touched or manipulated the car at all. This is just the angle from the front of the vehicle.
With respect to the vehicle itself, did you note any damage to it?
Yes, I did.
And were there different types of damage to the vehicle?
Yes.
Can you show us in State's Exhibit 9 what damage to this vehicle you observed?
First and foremost, there's a suspected bullet hole on the front driver portion of the windshield. And then it's really obscured by the wall that the car appeared to crash into, but there would be damage to the front and passenger side of the vehicle. Later, the car was moved to examine that side of the car.
With respect to that driver's side window, was it also in a damaged condition?
Yes, the glass here appeared broken out and was not present.
And then below the door that is open, was it open when you first came into contact with the car?
Yes, again, this is prior to me touching, manipulating any portion of the scene.
With respect to what we see on that sidewalk around the driver's side door, in your training and experience, what was that suspected to be?
It was suspected blood.
State's Exhibit 10, is this placard to a close-up of what you had described?
Yes, it is. And
can we see now what you're describing earlier?
yes,
The medical debris?
Yes, a lot of different used gloves, different packaging. I'm not a medical expert, so I don't know what that stuff is, but it looks like first aid supplies.
How many crime scenes have you responded to?
Close to 180 or so.
So in your experience, if paramedics are called out to the scene, is it typical that you're going to find left behind medical debris?
Yes.
I think it depends.
Even at your
Sometimes
house.
folks have been deceased for quite a while, and there's not as much. This is indicative of life-saving efforts being provided.
Case Exhibit 11, we have a placard 3 shown to us. What are we seeing?
This is a close-up of that multicolored floral bag that was found next to the Lexus. You can see the red suspected blood stain. You can kind of see some amber colored glass bottle in there. And then there's suspected bullet holes here and here in the bag as well.
Did you document that closer so that we can get a better look at those defects?
Yes, almost as a rule, our photographs consist of overalls, which are taken from far away to introduce you, a mid-range, and then a close-up. These jump around a little bit, but yes, that is the workflow.
Case Exhibit 12, is this the same bag?
It is the same bag, and that is a close-up of the suspected bullet hole that we were seeing in the previous photograph.
So if I go back to 11, direct us to that hole. Moving forward to 12.
This would be the other suspected bullet hole opposite the one that's surrounded by a blood stain.
And so this is going to be where on the bag?
The top portion, right on the top edge of the bag.
I think for the record, I'm going to misnumber this. It says 12, I believe that's going to be Stacy to the 13. All right, let me show you so we can keep track.
Okay, yes, that's 13.
Stacy Exhibit 14, we again have a placard 3 in a bag. What have you done?
So this is emptying the bag, kind of doing an inventory photograph. This is what was inside that bag.
And what are they?
5 bottles, 3 of one size and 2 of another size of Lunazul tequila.
And are those
I've never even
caps,
heard of that.
were they on the bottles when you removed them from the bag?
Yes, this is exactly how I found it.
Stacy Exhibit 15, take us through the vantage point from which you're taking this photograph.
So in this photograph, I would be standing next to the driver's side rear door, photographing the ground and inside of the front driver door. You can just make out the brown steering wheel here. So the driver, Miss Young, would have been seated in this area.
And inside that,
My pants
door to the driver's seat
are
area, what
pinching
did you
me. I'm
see?
sorry.
Like a blue-green broken glass.
Lay down.
And then I think you've already described the sidewalk, what's on the sidewalk, is that in your experience suspected blood?
Yes, there are suspected blood stains on the pavement underneath this area.
Stacy Exhibit 16, we've now added a placard to the photograph. Can you just describe what you were documenting in this photograph?
Yes, so this is a mid-range photograph to show the overall location of item 4, which was a cell phone. It was located on the floor, close to the outside of the vehicle, but in the front driver compartment.
Do we again see the glass you described when we had the prior picture up?
Yes, there's this blue-green broken glass, excuse me, on the floorboard.
Stacy Exhibit 17, you've placarded a 5 now. Is this still the same driver's seat area?
Yes, it is.
And what were you documenting with 5?
So item 5 was a pink wallet. I mentioned earlier the normal progression of overalls, mids, closes, and then you add a placard. Item 5 was tucked in between the center console and the seat, such that I didn't know what it was until I pulled it out. We do not put things back where we find them. That's like staging. We don't do that. So this is a placard. The evidence has already been removed and collected, but it's to show its overall location. So there was a little pink wallet tucked right here in between that console and seat, which was collected as item 5.
Did you look into that wallet?
Yes.
Was there any identification inside the wallet?
Yes.
For whom?
Takaya Young.
Are we again seeing some of that glass that you've described in the prior 2 pictures?
Yes.
Case Exhibit 18. What are you documenting here?
So at this part of the scene, I am focusing efforts on that suspected bullet hole in the windshield. I have added this white sticker. So items get placards and numbers. When we work bullet holes or suspected ballistic impacts, they get numbered as well. Sometimes we have 84 of them in a scene, so giving them a number 1 through 84 makes it a lot easier to talk about the 55th one. There was only 1 in this case, but this was BE1, so I'm starting to label things and take scaled photographs.
When you say take scale photographs, what does that mean?
There are, I think, other pictures that show close up. This sticker has a ruler on it, which would allow for measurements to be taken if that was a question.
Case Exhibit 19.
So this would have happened in time before the previous photograph. This is a mid-range showing that suspected bullet hole before I put the sticker on it.
All these Windows updates are popping up on my computer. Okay, there we go. Case Exhibit 20. Is it the same bullet hole that you've been talking about?
Yes, this is the same bullet hole.
And do we see in this photograph that sticker that you've added with the measurement on it?
Correct.
And there is a BE1 on it, so what does that stand for?
Ballistic event 1. That goes back to, again, the identifying these areas of impact.
Has anything been added to the car in order to see this gunshot entrance better?
Yes, so this photograph represents quite a bit of work with objectives to both photograph better, which include taping a paper bag on the inside of the windshield so that the marker lines that I drew are visible. And what I'm doing here, or what I did here, was work to obtain angular measurements. So working backwards to try to put a muzzle in line with the suspected bullet hole.
When you say muzzle, what does that mean?
The part of the gun where a bullet comes out of.
You said put a line there. How do you go through this process if this line gets added?
So this picture may not be the best illustrative of it, but that hole is oval shaped. And with oval shapes, whether it be blood or a bullet hole, you can get a direction from that oval. The best way to explain it is if I were to bring a water balloon over here and drop it straight down, it's going to be a generally circular puddle once that
If he
balloon
did that,
pops
that would be
from a straight down
funny.
position, if you can picture that. Conversely, if I were to throw that water balloon a certain direction, picture that balloon breaking and that amount of water kind of splashing out. It's not going to be a circle anymore. It's going to be an oval or a line. So anytime we see an oval, you can cut a line through the long portion of that oval, and that tells you the direction that something was either going or coming from. So this being an oval shaped hole, I took a large ruler or yardstick and basically cut that oval in half. And so that line that's going up and down is a visual representation of the path that the bullet or projectile was traveling. That by itself doesn't really mean anything. It's just a visualization. This other line up here, which I did draw a little too high for you to see, it's in the tint of the windshield, but that is a perfectly flat line measured from two different parts of the windshield. So I don't remember what, but let's say this was 10 inches. This is a straight line 10 inches down from the top corner. The other side of the windshield had the same thing, and that gives us a reference point to measure to. And then this intersection gives us the angle that that projectile was traveling at.
Hey,
Moving on to 21, what has been added to this photograph that we didn't see in the prior exhibit?
So I have added the 102 degrees. The best way to think about that 102 is if 90 was straight into the car or straight out of the car, we're 12 degrees to the right of that.
And is that to the right? If you're looking at
If
the
you,
car, how is that?
yes, from this position, 90 would be perfectly straight on. This is a little bit to the right of straight on.
This exhibit 22, are we still talking about the same work that you were doing with that pullable?
Yes, so the 78 and the 102, this gets back to high school geometry. They are supplementary angles, which mean the same thing. Those two add up to 180. So if this is flat, anywhere, whenever you tell me to stop, these two are going to add up to 180. So the 78 didn't photograph well because it was in the tint. To call it 102 is the same thing. They're both 12 degrees off of straight on.
If I go back to 21, can we see where the 78 would be?
No, and that's why I wrote the 102, but it would be right up here.
From what perspective were you taking this photograph?
This is from outside of the vehicle, looking low up into the inside of the windshield. Again, you can see the brown steering wheel partially shown here.
And what were you documenting?
The condition of the inside of the vehicle, anytime we get bullet holes in glass, we are touching them to also give us a clue or an answer as to direction. So this photograph doesn't show it, but as part of this process, I'm putting my fingers on both sides of that glass. The characteristics of this were consistent with the direction of outside to inside.
And then there appears to be some glass along, how do you call it, dash?
Okay, there we go.
You see that?
Yes, I do.
Do you know, was it the same color as what you had seen on the floorboard of the driver's seat?
I don't recall color.
Exhibit 24.
This is the inside of the rear driver's side door, so the back seat on the driver's side.
So you've now opened the door, it appears, from the beginning pictures.
Correct.
So tell us, when you first saw this Lexus, did you document the outside of it?
Correct.
Did you wait to document the inside of it?
Correct. There was not a search warrant yet. And so following the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, we waited until there was a search warrant obtained before touching the vehicle at all.
And was it Blendon Township Police Department who got that search warrant?
Yes, it was.
And then once you learned that the search warrant had been obtained, did you then search on scene the inside of this vehicle?
Yes, the car was processed as a part of being there on scene.
So going into 25, are we looking into the back seat of this Lexus?
Yes, I've essentially just rotated to the right and I'm now shooting the inside of the car.
What have you documented?
There is a Ohio temporary license plate on the seat. And then the rest of the seat's generally clear. There was a lot of items on the floorboard of the vehicle.
Did you or others working with you do anything with that temporary tag number? Did you run it?
That wouldn't be something I did. I don't know if other people did or not.
Then did you look as to what was inside the white basket?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 26, what is this?
That's the contents of that white basket just laid out in the back seat of the vehicle. It was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 9 unopened containers of laundry detergent.
Now, I want to be clear because you didn't see all these detergent containers on the backseat when you first looked in the car.
Correct.
Wow.
Okay, so is this after you removed them from that white tote we saw in the prior picture?
Yes.
And then do you also see that temporary tag as well?
Yes.
27, what is this?
This is temporary tag registration for the vehicle. This was found in the front glove box of the vehicle.
And was it in the purchaser lessee name of Takaya Young?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 28, was this item found within the car?
Yes, these are sonogram pictures that were found somewhere in the front passenger compartment area.
And did those sonogram pictures have any dates or information on them?
Yes, but I can't see from this photograph.
So we'll go to 29. Was there any kind of a date that you see on this particular diagram?
Yes, maybe a couple, but in the top right corner is 08/23/2023. And then beneath that 09/09/2023. And then this also might be some date code. I'm not real familiar with sonograms.
It's been a long time since I've seen one. But you were documenting, that was found in the car.
That was found inside the car.
Okay, and then there were 2 pictures, I think, in the sonogram. Let's go back to the short, or three actually. On State's Exhibit 29, the picture that's cut off is at the top. Does it have something listed? It says GA 26W2B 11/27/23.
Correct.
State's Exhibit 30. Now, what has happened for you to be able to take this photograph of the front of the Lexus?
A tow truck pulled the car perfectly sideways away from that wall.
Once that was done by the tow truck, what did it allow you to do?
It allowed me to finish basically the same process, starting out, working in. I was able to finish my 360 photographs of the exterior of the car, and then process and photograph and search the passenger side of the vehicle.
Did you observe any damage to the Lexus that you had not been able to see before it was pulled away from the wall?
Yes, I could not see this corner, which is the front passenger corner, and pretty much all of the passenger side prior to it being moved.
Were there any markings on the Kroger wall near this Lexus?
There was black paint that I would suspect came from this vehicle.
State's Exhibit 31, again, is this after the tow truck has pulled this Lexus away from the wall?
Yes, and this
What are we looking at?
is the door side of the front passenger door.
State's Exhibit 32, still the front passenger compartment.
Yes, this is almost immediately
Sorry,
following
guys.
the door picture. Rotate to the left. This is the front passenger seat before I've moved or touched anything.
And what did you observe?
There were 2 bottles of tequila on the passenger seat. There was broken glass on the passenger seat, and then the footwell area was pretty much even with the seat with various items.
Footwell area, so I know what you're talking about. What is that?
Where your feet go, floorboard area, like the floorboard area is full to the same height as the seat. So I had to do some unloading to figure out what all that stuff was.
There's also a white bag shown here, is that correct?
That is correct.
State's Exhibit 33. Okay, we kind of moved to something a little different. Can you explain to us what is State's Exhibit 33? First of all, did you create this?
I did create this, yes.
For what reason?
Really a checks and balances. If you think back to the 102 angle, when I talked about transecting the oval to give us a direction, we have pretty expensive, fancy technology called a laser scanner. And if you've ever played golf or bow hunted or used a Hilti tape measure to shoot a measurement, it's a high-speed laser that zing, zing, and it tells you that was 12 feet away. We have something that rotates in a 360 and shoots millions of those lasers in a 2-minute period to give us kind of it's called a point cloud, but it's a pixelated series of measurements. I used that on scene to document the scene in case there were any questions about measurements as the investigation moved forward. I also used it to document a rod that I placed over that marker line. So using the software to kind of double check my work, the software came up with a 103 where I got a 102 by hand. So within the tolerable margin of error for shooting work, which is 5 degrees.
And when you say 103, you're talking about 103 degrees.
Yes, 103 degrees, which is shown in the diagram here. And so what this is a top-down bird's eye view of the vehicle. You can see the open door here. This is the windshield. And this cone is a visual representation of that air. So in any shooting reconstruction work, we might have little variances. You might measure something as 2.2 and I might measure it at 2.1. That adds up to a plus or minus 5 degrees, which is a tolerable air rate. And so this cone is plus or minus 5 either direction to account for that variability. The little pink line in the middle is the true measurement of that rod. So this is a visual representation. It's just a different way. The marker line on the windshield is helpful. This is more helpful for showing where the muzzle was likely at the time that the bullet went through the glass.
And using State's Exhibit 33, where would the muzzle have been?
The muzzle would have been somewhere in this purple cone.
There's another, I just want to make sure we all understand the purple. We see a 103. Is that 103?
That's a 103.
And then this purple here,
That's
is the arc to get us to the 103.
correct. That's the measurement arc.
All right, State's Exhibit 34. What is this?
So this is a diagram that I created, and it comes from a drone photograph that I took of the scene. I have added some kind of cartoon-esque things to help tell the story. So this is the Kroger. The photograph is real. I have added things like the Blendon Township Cruiser 10. I have added where the Lexus was parked. I made these tags saying the Kroger front entrance is over here. Item 1, which is a 9mm casing, I located in approximately this area. And then the Lexus final position is text that I added. And this is where the vehicle was found near the pharmacy walk-up.
So you mentioned the drone. When did you use the drone in the timeline of your work?
I think in the middle. So cars were here. There were a number of cruisers here. Those have already been measured and photographed and released. But the Lexus is still here and not moved. I think we were waiting for the search warrant when I decided to fly and get some additional photographs.
I do want to ask you, originally, had you noted a different spot for the Lexus to have been parked in?
Yes. So that evening, I was informed by probably a fellow agent or a witness that the black Lexus was parked in the second spot away. So I put these cones here and they show up in a number of my pictures. It was days later as the investigation unfolded that we learned that the Lexus was actually backed in to the handicap spot.
And in the spot, you have a car in it. But when you were there on August 24th, 2023, did you see any tire marks or skid marks in that first handicap spot?
I did not know.
With respect to, just so we can get a perspective here, where's the clickless entrance?
It would be to the south of the black Lexus in this area of the photograph.
On State's Exhibit 34, you have a 1 marked. So was there a cone marking a piece of evidence when you would have arrived to process this scene?
Yes, there was.
And then did you document that by photograph?
Yes.
So this is another, I think, of your drone photographs.
That is correct.
At this time, can you see where the cone was with the projectile or the casing?
So the cone would have been removed, but there remains a small yellow placard right next to this light pole.
And then the yellow tape that we're seeing, that was marking off this scene when you arrived.
Correct.
Do you yourself have anything to do with the crime scene tape?
No, the incident probably happened at least 3 hours before I arrived.
So moving on then to 36, another drone photo to give us a perspective. What are you documenting here?
Just the condition of the scene. This would have been, I think this is the same one that the diagram is based off of. So this was without the text and the vehicles that I added.
So we needed that both. So we had the original ones. That's going to be Stacy Exhibit 36.
Yes, I believe so.
Then I just asked you about the casing and the cone. So I'm going to move on to those photographs. Stacy Exhibit 37. There's a cone there, a traffic cone. You didn't place it there.
Correct. The cone was there when I arrived.
Did you go to examine what the cone was marking?
Yes.
And what was it marking?
Underneath the cone was a fired cartridge casing.
And what is that?
It is the part of ammunition that the bullet is seated into. It also contains the powder, which creates the explosion, which sends the bullet out of the firearm.
Moving on to Stacy Exhibit 38. I don't see the cone anymore. What's changed in this photograph?
So the cone likely was placed there by early officers. They saw something of interest. They marked it. We don't work with cones. We work with the numbered placards. So the cone is gone, and I made that item 1, shown with a placard number 1.
Is this a close-up in Stacy Exhibit 39 of that same placard 1?
Yes, it is.
And what is to the right of placard 1?
A silver-colored 9mm casing.
And in this same photo, have I accurately put a red circle around that casing so it can be seen?
Yes.
Stacy Exhibits 40 on the top left, 41 to the bottom right. What were you documenting here?
Close-ups of that casing.
Okay, so is this the same casing?
It is.
Looking at Stacy Exhibit 41, when you see the part of the casing that you're photographing, what kind of information is provided visibly?
So to the naked eye, there is writing that anyone could read, and it says Hornady, which is a brand, and 9mm, which is a size. There's also microscopic markings. That's not my area of expertise, but there is a lot of evidentiary value that is invisible to the naked eye.
But visibly, can you see the brand?
Yes, Hornady,
And then the caliber.
9mm.
You can't see that in Stacy Exhibit 40 when you're looking at it laid down on the picture.
Correct.
And where are you taking these pictures? Because I see paper behind them.
Somewhere in that parking lot. We carry all the supplies to do good work and take good photographs.
Did you do all of your processing photographing of any kind of evidence there at the program?
Related to scene 1, yes. Everything I did for that scene was done while there that evening.
So you mentioned scene 1. That's the one that you were going to tell us about today.
Correct.
Was there also a scene 2, I believe, that might have been the hospital?
Yes. Special Agent Tackett would have worked scenes 2 and 3, I believe.
And then scene 3 being the Glendon Township Police Department?
Correct.
Did you go to either of those areas?
I did not.
Did you collect that casing?
I did.
And how do you do that?
With gloves, it gets picked up, photographed as you saw, and then sealed in a manila envelope.
All right, so you were out of town a little bit, weren't you?
Yes.
You're probably not used to testifying a little bit later in trial, would you agree?
I've testified all over the place.
Okay, well, we've already opened State's Exhibit 45. Often my evidence is open that. But go ahead and take a look. Let me know, are you familiar with that?
What?
Yes, I am.
How do you know that?
So on scene, I would have printed and created the base sticker, which says evidence 1. It is listed as a Hornady 9mm Luger.
I need you to hold up so the jurors can see. There you go.
It states that it's a Hornady 9mm fired case. It lists the date, lists my name, it lists where it was located. I would have then sealed it with clear tape, and these are my initials and the date.
And then in your experience, is there a green label that you know what that is been added to the envelope?
Yes, I'm familiar. I don't create them, but I'm familiar with all the other markings on here. So once things get submitted to the lab, which I did in this case, they create these other stickers for their workflow and their chain of custody. When the tech who would have opened it, they would have resealed it. I'm assuming these are their initials and their date. So yeah, I recognize this.
So since it's been opened, go ahead and show us what's inside. What do you got?
A 9mm casing that says Hornady 9mm.
Is that the same casing we just saw in the photographs?
I assume so, yes.
And is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you would have purchased it from the parking lot and put it in?
Yes, but there's black marker on it, which I know is part of the lab process. That was not there.
I may need to go get my dog. He's going crazy.
Was the Lexus eventually towed away?
Yes, it was.
What had happened prior to that? Had you done your work on it?
Yes.
Had you done anything with the paperwork that comes with the search warrant?
So as a part of finishing my administrative duties, I placed an inventory and a copy of the search warrant in the vehicle, which is standard practice anytime I'm leaving a scene, whether the scene is a vehicle or a residence.
At that point, have you completed your work with respect to the vehicle?
Yes,
And were you involved in the tow?
I was not.
As far as BCI was concerned, was BCI planning on storing this vehicle?
No.
Why not?
The evidence or the evidentiary items had already been measured, 3D scanned, photographed, drawn on, collected. There's nothing else I could have done with that car that I didn't do.
And so the tow, was that part of
I'll be
BCI's
back.
work?
I don't believe so, no.
He's disturbing the peace.
Did you come together with Special Agent Tackett so that she could give you any evidence she had collected?
Yes.
And did it happen at the Kroger area?
Yes, she came to scene one at the Kroger as I was finishing. So she helped a little bit, but she also transferred things that she had collected over to my custody.
And would that include clothes from the hospital?
Yes.
And would that include the firearm?
Yes,
You didn't have anything to do with collecting the firearm.
correct.
However, once you're getting this evidence together, you have the casing, the firearms, and clothes, what do you do with those items?
So when I cleared the Kroger, I went to our headquarters, which is in London, Ohio, and evidence was either locked in a secure locker or things that needed to dry were hung in a secured and locked drying cabinet.
And when you say dry, why would the objects need to dry?
In this case, suspected blood, but sometimes rain or dew. If we package things away that are wet, it's going to just mildew and mold.
Once the items were, in your experience, dry, did you then package them?
Yes, then things were finalized, packaged, and either put in our vault for permanent storage, or I sent things to the lab for testing.
Were you also eventually provided with the projectile removed from the autopsy of Takaya Young?
Yes, I was.
And with respect to these items, then, what do you do with them?
So really there's two choices. Again, things that need lab testing go to the lab, or things that need just preserved go to our major case vault for safekeeping.
In this case, items that needed to go to the lab, would that include the firearm,
Yes,
the casing,
yes,
and then that projectile from the autopsy?
yes.
One moment. I have no further questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a 10-minute recess. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you.
All rise.
Just leave everything up there. You can sit down.
I mean, can we really not see what happens during the break? This sort of stuff doesn't happen when like Law and Crime or Court TV is there. Just saying. First of all, I need to exit whatever screen mode I'm in. Oh, I'm just now seeing this. If I were the jury, I would vote against this woman just for wasting my time. Okay. Okay, first of all, agreed. Absolutely agreed. It is just we say this around this time every single day. I can't believe we're here. I can't believe we're here. I mean, don't get me wrong, you guys are lovely. I'm so happy to have made your acquaintance and to have you interested in following this case. But what a colossal waste of resources. It's wild. Also, I'll have you guys know, I couldn't even stay awake past 8:30 last night. And I woke up about 20 minutes before this stream started. I going to share something personal. I have narcolepsy. And that is why I take ADD medication. And so in order for me to get out of bed, I have to take this medicine. So I set an alarm at like 7 a.m. and then 7:20. So that gives it like 20 minutes to kick in. And usually by then it starts working and I'm awake. And your girl here felt around for my meds this morning. And instead of taking the correct medication, I took a probiotic, and I couldn't understand at 8:30 why I couldn't get out of bed. I so much enjoy your feedback, maybe your witty commentary. Yeah. That seems to be why we are here. Let's call a spade a spade. And remember, I am coming from a place of this is a horrible situation. Like I feel for everyone involved. I hate that this happened. With that being said, if Takaya had not been pregnant, I 100% do not believe we would be here. That seems to have been the thing that really just like pushed the case to the brink and really made people pissed off. I don't think I showed you guys a photo that I was sent. Let Let me get on FaceTime. I hate this thing. I call it FaceTime because my old boss, back when back when Facebook was brand spanking new, and I loved it, he would refer to it as stupid FaceTime. I'm trying to pull it up right now. I object. What? Apparently I got kicked out of Facebook on my old computer, and it wants me to try to figure out my new password, which is on my phone, and I don't. Too much. I am obsessed. I love this. I think I might steal this. Like I'm trying right now to imprint it hard on my brain. Do you hear the mowers, by the way? My neighbors always get their grass cut on Thursdays. Oh, before I forget, I pulled out my laptop during the last testimony to look more into the security things from the bottles of liquor that she stole. And if you go on YouTube and type like, if you type liquor bottle security caps, there's a ton of videos on how to open those up. So I take back the assumption that it's kind of like the clothing tags, because if you're a female, you cannot tell me that you have not walked out of a clothing store with a brand new item and they forgot to take a tag off. It happens to everyone. But those things, you need a device to remove those. And so I made the assumption that it was these sort of bottle lock things would have the same thing. Oh, shit. Maybe he's right. I need to go back. Okay. So 120 was how long ago? It was almost exactly 2 hours. Am I doing that math right? Is the math mathin'?
It's 74.
Hey, if anyone knows how I can fast forward through a YouTube live, like if I press like Control F or something like that, if you could let me know in the chat, I love you. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Can you share with us, and for the record, I should probably note that we have an image blacked out or blurred for purposes of perspective this young. But having said that, can you tell us what are we looking at in this image?
Okay, we listened to this.
States Exhibit 70, the esophagus, which is the swallowing tube, and then hits the vessel called the aorta, or the major vessel running along the spine from the top of the heart down.
So it
Hits
would have
the
been
aorta,
10
and
minutes
then it
in.
lodges in the spine at the thoracic vertebra number 10. So T10 is where the bullet lodged.
I want to ask you, Doctor, you mentioned that along its path of travel through Miss Young's body, the bullet struck the heart.
Yes, sir.
States 77. Can you orient us where on the body we're looking at here, Doctor?
Sure. This is a State's Exhibit 77. The left arm, we're looking mainly at the upper lateral portion of the left breast, but the left arm is in the bottom right of the image. So it's just, this is the upper edge of the gunshot wound that we saw. I'm pointing to the left mid aspect of the image. And above that, we have more abrasions, aorta defect. So
As a result of the blood loss and drop in blood pressure, what would that have done to the consciousness of Miss Young?
once blood pressure is lost, consciousness will be lost. And the typical, in 10 seconds, 10, 15 seconds with an aorta injury and heart injury, you're no longer getting blood flow because you don't have blood pressure. And so consciousness is lost relatively quickly. The brain needs blood, but it needs it for the energy.
Oh,
not
shit.
oxygen. It needs
Shoot.
it for
I don't
oxygen,
have this
but it's
on.
quicker.
I'm
It
sorry.
needs
Hold
sugar
on.
quicker, and it'll become unresponsive, lose consciousness in relatively short period of time, 10, 15 seconds at max.
You mentioned that the bullet, Doctor, came to rest, and we saw the photo a few moments ago. Did you say the thoracic spine?
Yes.
As a result of coming to rest, did it actually impact the spine?
The spinal column, the bony aspects of the spine, it would measurements. Yeah.
Did you review medical records associated with the pregnancy as well?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Just a little bit.
Were you aware at
Oh,
the time of autopsy that Miss Young was pregnant?
Yes.
Did you make observations and examination of the fetus that she was carrying?
Yes.
States Exhibit 79. Obviously, we're looking at the fetus in this photo. Is that fair to say?
That's fair. Yes, it is.
Were you able to make a determination as to the gestational age of the fetus?
In an estimated fashion. So we, as pathologists, rely on measurements of the fetus, measurements of the placenta weight, the fetus weight, and as I estimated at the time of autopsy was 25 to 28 weeks.
How is that done? Is it just measurements?
Just measurements, yeah.
Did you review medical records associated with the pregnancy as well?
Yes.
Did those medical records support a 25 to 28 week gestational age?
Yes. The visit, the only records we could find were a little less than a week prior to this incident. And at that visit, she was felt to be 27 weeks and 2 days.
Were there, based on your examination, any abnormalities as it relates to the development of the fetus in this case?
Not in externally or in the placenta that I found.
Based on your examination and observations of the fetus, Doctor, were there any signs that the fetus had already died?
Right. So the information that I got was from someone who knows about the case. Let's fast forward and then we'll go through that again. All right. I'm going to Google this, how I do this on.
Back on the record, 24 CR 4561, State of Ohio versus Connor Grubb. Do we need to put anything on the record prior to bringing in the jury? Jury. Unfortunately, I do.
Oh, I think I figured out how to do it. Nope. Come on.
All rise.
Yeah.
Everyone can have a seat. Yeah. Special Agent Austin, you're still under oath.
Okay.
Any cross-examination?
Briefly, I may proceed.
May.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Special Agent Austin.
Hello.
Mark Collins, we met before, and just a couple series of questions for you. Go over a couple of photographs that the prosecutor and then talk about some concepts, okay?
Okay.
As lead CSSU, so to speak, or crime scene investigator, your job is to get a thorough picture, correct?
Correct.
Gather as much evidence as possible, correct?
Correct.
You're not judging it, you're not trying to say, and this happened or that happened, you're collecting it and trying to preserve it the best possible.
Correct.
Okay. And you would agree with me that one of your, tenets, so to speak, is strictly factual, correct?
Correct.
Complete picture, void of any of an opinions, correct?
Correct.
And as part of your responsibilities as lead investigator, crime investigator, you also prepare a report, right?
Correct.
And you also gather some information with regards to what, in theory, happened there, right?
Yes.
And in your report, I think you say that allegedly you struck an officer, a shot was fired, and then the car went over the other area, correct?
Yes.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor? Okay. And I already showed these to the prosecution. I'm handing what's the mark of identification purposes. F, G, H, and I. These are defendants' exhibits. If you take a look at those.
It's a G.
Do those appear to be fair and accurate copies of the pictures that you take of that scene?
Yes, they do.
Madam Bell, may I have the elbow, please? You're already up. I mean, maybe I'll get it this time. All right. And you took what is marked as defendant's exhibit F, correct?
I did. Yes.
Okay. And you had showed a few bottles before, and there were some bottles in the car on some other pictures. Explain to ladies, gentlemen of the jury, what you did here.
So if you remember back to the floorboard of the front passenger area was very full, about the same height as the seat. As a part of processing the car, unloaded those items. And this is kind of halfway through unloading and figuring out what all that was. There's a small purse. There's a white bag that had bottles of tequila in it. There was a multicolored backpack, and then a number of other tequila bottles were either loose on the floor. Some might have been in this bag. Some were loose on the seat. But all of these items were from the front passenger area.
Okay. And that's separate from the other bag that had the bullet holes in it through and through. There was also tequila in there, correct?
Yes, these are in addition to those 5.
Okay. And defendant's exhibit G?
This is a photograph of the rear passenger seat. This is the Ohio temp tag that I found on that seat.
And that was found on the seat, correct?
Correct.
And the expiration date is August 12th of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And defendant's exhibit 14? Or not, that's H. Man, oh man. We're letters. Defendant's exhibit H.
I mentioned item 5 being that wallet that was found tucked in between the front driver's seat and the console. This is then like the inventory photograph where the contents of that wallet are laid out for documentation. So this is my placard, this is item 5, and this is what was found in that wallet.
Various money, identifications, things like that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, again, that was staged to get a complete picture. You didn't find those things laying in the car. You found the wallet, and then you took that out to give a complete picture.
Yes, I wouldn't use the word staged, but I took an inventory photograph.
I apologize.
Okay.
An inventory photo. Okay. Now here, Defendant's Exhibit I, what's that a picture of?
I mentioned that the vehicle was towed away from the wall so that I could process the passenger side. This is just kind of storytelling of that flatbed tow truck pulling the vehicle to the side.
Now, you mentioned something on direct, Special Agent Austin, that you had done everything you could have done with the car, right? So then it was kind of hands-on, right?
Correct.
And you did the laser scan under the building at that area, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true, sir, you could have gotten the car over, you were aware of where the actual shooting took place, correct?
Correct.
And you could have taken the car and got it over to that spot and done a laser scan there, correct?
No.
Why is that, sir?
I would have been guessing where that car was.
You didn't have information from people on the scene as to what spot that car was parked in?
That laser scanner works in the decimal places of millimeters.
Correct.
So I am not going to put something back based off testimony evidence that could be wrong or could be a guess. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm not going to put things back or stage them.
So you were aware there was Kroger video from multiple angles of where that car was, correct?
That is correct.
And you were aware there was body worn camera angle of where that car was, correct?
That is correct.
And so you're saying you wouldn't be able to put it back in this general area where that car was to do a laser scan there?
I could have done a general putback, but I'm not going to use a tool that measures multiple decimals of a millimeter after putting something generally back.
I understand. I think the defense needs to move forward.
Correct.
Okay. You could have put the car there and then measurements could have been taken from the whole cone thing and everything you said, correct? So
Sure.
you didn't do everything you could do with the car. You could have done that, correct?
I could have made up some locations of evidence, yes.
Is that what you did when you just said in the depiction that the car was parked there? You made it up?
I didn't make up that diagram. That's an illustration of general locations. The laser scanner is not a general tool.
Let's talk about the laser scan that you did do under the building with trajectory there, right?
Yes,
This is State's Exhibit 33, right?
correct.
And you're saying, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, sorry, can you guys see that up there? You're saying that the muzzle has to be somewhere here to here to here to here to here to here in general, correct?
Yes, in that pink or purple cone.
So now hypothetically, sir, if someone's right-handed and has the muzzle in their right hand, okay, that means their body's to the left side of that cone and arrow, correct? If they're firing with their right hand.
That would be a safe assumption.
If they're left-handed, okay, and that would mean that their body would be on the right side of that cone, correct?
Again, that would be a safe assumption. You can shoot in all kinds of positions, but a standard right-hand shooter, the muzzle is going to be on the right half of their body.
And it's such that if I'm on the left side and I'm right-handed, I would have to bend over like that in order to get that same muzzle angle that you're doing right there.
Yes,
Okay. And so, and then hypothetically, if the left hand was on the hood, that would let the person know that the body was on the left side of this cone in that situation, correct?
can you repeat that question?
If the left hand is in the middle of the hood where you have 103 there, okay? If someone's left hand there and they fire with the muzzle's fire in the right hand,
Okay,
that
sorry,
would mean
guys.
that their
I had
body
to-
would be on the left side of the cone, correct?
Yes.
Now, did you find any keys for the car?
Address something.
I don't recall.
I don't see any pictures or anywhere of keys mentioned in the inventory. You're in charge
I
of the
agree.
inventory law, correct, with the evidence collected?
For my scenes, yes.
Yes. Well, you processed that scene, and so you have, nowhere in the car did you find a key, right?
Not that I remember.
Nowhere in the personal items did you find a key, correct?
I would have to look at Cassie's report to refresh my memory.
I didn't ask about Cassie's report, I asked about the personal items in the car.
Oh, in personal items, no.
May I have a moment here? Okay. Agent Austin, Special Agent Austin, thank you very much. Any redirect?
Yes. Special Agent Austin, you were asked about why you didn't do one of these in the other spot.
Correct.
And you said that, I think you said something about millimeters. Can you explain what you meant when you?
So the Leica scanner is a very precise tool. I'm not going to use that to generalize a location. The aerial diagram with the drone is a general location. It's just the wrong tool for the job.
So even if people told you, hey, the car is parked over there, or a surveillance video shows you where the car might have been parked, would you still be able to use this tool in that original parking spot? Or would you choose?
I could have, yes.
Okay, but is that your best practice?
No,
Why not?
because I'm putting something back as opposed to measuring it in its true as found location.
Special Agent, you know that the shot didn't take place over there, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so you're doing an analysis of something where you know that it didn't take place there, so it's useless, correct?
No.
Okay. Now, an expert testified earlier in the day that had there been a laser scan done with the car placed in there, a more exact calibration could do in terms of the biomechanical dynamics. Are you saying that that's not true, sir, on an accident reconstruction?
I was not subject to that testimony, so I don't know what he's speaking to or she is speaking to.
I'm asking your belief that if an expert testified saying, had one of those been done, my analysis could even been more detailed. Are you saying that that's incorrect?
In my opinion, yes, because I can't be precise on where that car was.
Do you think he can be or she can be precise if the thing isn't done? If the laser scan isn't done, they're going to be less precise, correct?
We don't always get to answer every question we have in a case, and we do not at BCI have a practice of putting things back where someone said it was.
You have video proof of exactly where it was from multiple things. It's not somebody saying, sir, you have access to that and you had access to it and you chose not to do it, correct?
No, I don't believe that video is scaled.
Did you choose not to do a scan at that first scene?
No, I scanned the parking spot, but it was empty. The car was where it was at final rest.
Appreciate your testimony, sir. All right, you can step down.
Yeah.
Take whatever you brought.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our, we're going to break for the day. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you in your presence. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you. If you can be here by 8:45 tomorrow morning, we'll try and start up at 9 o'clock, right on the button. All right, so have a good evening.
All right.
Okay.
What witnesses do we have for tomorrow? Okay. Are you guys good?
Yeah, Your Honor, we'll try it. I mean, you think they'll take the morning, part of the morning?
We'll take most likely just as long as the witness is sworn.
Yeah, so, yeah, we'll have people, we'll have somebody here at least one.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah. And then are we going to discuss the jury instructions be prepared tomorrow? Or are we doing it? Yeah, after that.
I hate this cameraman. Holy smokes. Okay. So apparently the state is going to rest tomorrow. That's what I took away from that. Because they're going to work on jury instructions? Wow. So I'm just mathing in my head. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree with anything more. If that's where you want to land your plane, by all means, because this was an incredibly bad, poorly put together prosecution. It shouldn't have even gotten to trial. He shouldn't have even been charged, in my opinion. But I digress. Excuse me. Oh, it's 4:00. I haven't been coughing very much. So I'm just wondering how many witnesses the defense is going to call. And based on thoughts on whether or not any guilt was proven, I'm sure the amount of people they call is going to be contingent upon that. If they feel they need to call more people, if they feel that they need to defend his actions with witnesses, or if they feel like they can just call a few more witnesses and let the case go to the jury. Oh, wow. I just wasn't expecting to hear that, I guess. So that's pretty crazy. And they said that he's going to take the majority of the morning. This must be the guy from out of state on use of force. I would assume that's who they're calling. And the defense said that they're going to have someone ready to call tomorrow as well. So let me take these off. So that'll be good. And yeah, this was the first day that we just did YouTube without X. So numbers are a little bit lower, but we just got to let it grow. It's like a plant. So in order to do so, it's super important to get eyes on this stream, on this channel. And by doing so, we ask that you please like the stream, that you share it, whether it be on X, Facebook, Insta, Twitter. I already said X, Discord, wherever, family and friends, or if you want to support us monetarily. And by us, I mean me, myself, and I. The cat is here as well. She was sent cat treat money today, so apparently there's an us now. So you can do that. I'm sorry, guys. I'm blanking out. And court is expected to begin at 9:00 tomorrow, which it never does. So I will not be here a minute before 9:00. Because why? Right? Yeah. Anyways, that was the morning was crazy. The testimony this morning was nuts. I know my reactions must have been quite dramatic, but I think that they were valid. This morning was full of I can't believe we're here moments. So, yeah. I have been having so much fun doing this stream with you guys. And I hope that you've enjoyed it as well. Especially it's a new thing for me. I didn't do sorry, something's pinching. I haven't done live streams of trials in the past. So this is definitely new to me. And I am extremely thankful that you've chosen to spend your time with me. And thank you to everyone who has messaged me and sent me encouragement, prayers throughout this process. I'm really enjoying myself, and I hope that you are too. I mean, that sounds awful to say that. I am not enjoying the fact that an officer is on trial and a pregnant woman is dead. Like, that's awful. It's just a nice change of pace from what I was doing, which was like once a week. And so this is very nice, very nice. And definitely gives me purpose. So I hope that we can keep doing this with more cases. I have some people to call. I have some ideas of where to take this, but in the meantime, if you find any cases that you think would be interesting for me to cover, maybe they're not getting the attention that they should, or you have a different perspective on it, please, please, please let me know. Feel free to drop a comment, whether it be in the live chat or if you're watching on replay, just in the comment section after the video. That would be so greatly appreciated, because I'm on the prowl looking for something. So unfortunately, and I mean that, unfortunately, I've found a couple cases that were going to court this week that had to do with police officers and use of force. So, and I'm sure some of them are valid, right? Like, they can't all be this way. There's no way. So that's where we're at. And this is wild. This is absolutely crazy. So I love that you guys are here, and I appreciate your support. I hope that you come back tomorrow, and I may or may not have some information for you tomorrow. Let's just leave that there. I don't know. We'll have to see. I need permission to share the information. But as long as I get it, it will be worthy of sharing. Okay, guys. Well, that's it for now. Please, again, just make sure to like, share, subscribe to the channel, Criminally Confident, here on YouTube, and just help me get some more eyes on this. It's super important, not only to my community, but to yours. Thank you to Maybe for modding today, and thank you to everyone who commented and interacted throughout the stream. And I'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern. Bye.